Yes, hello, we are streaming, everybody. This stream might not be the longest, but it'll certainly be a stream. Right, listen, my battery is low, so I don't have the capability at this moment to stream for a while, but and if I don't have my headphones, there's probably going to be like a annoying echo. Right, so just doing the set out, folks. If you think that President Donald Trump, who just got elected, you know what I'm saying? If you think that he's going to look out for regular people and not the top 1%, I would like to know why. I humbly disagree. I don't think that's the case, but some people are convinced he got elected after all, so this stream is about talking to the other side, talking to MAGA, and having those tough conversations. Folks, if you think that Donald Trump is looking out for you, and you think that the working class is going to do better under him, I want to know why. I disagree, but I want to know why. I want to have that conversation. Because, some people, they don't like having tough conversations with the other side. A lot of MAGA, really, as well. I don't know who left a like, but thank you for the like. That's a real quick first like early on to the stream. So shout out to you. But, folks, prove me wrong when I say that Donald Trump is going to screw the regular man, the working man. This damn annoying ass fucking hair. Oy. Whatever. It's there. If you think that Donald Trump is looking out for you, feel free to call in. Let's have that conversation. AJ Monty says, bro, you got it. Thank you, brother. Brute says how, well, his tax plan, his tax policy is going to lead to an increased cost for 95% of Americans, only cutting taxes for the top 5%. So that's not great. The tariffs are inherently inflationary, so that's also pretty bad. The mass deportations that he wants to do is also will make prices for food more expensive, as there will be job shortages. In addition, he's doing more corruption. He did an executive order Biden an executive order mandating ethical behavior from administration employees, which includes not accepting gifts from lobbyists, not taking bribes, not lobbying for 2 years after government work, and more. He isn't fighting Big Pharma. He rolled back a Biden order that mandated negotiations to lower the cost of drugs for people using Medicare and Medicaid. Medicare just announced 15 more drugs whose prices were going to go down in negotiations with Big Pharma, but Donald Trump has removed that, so those drugs are going to continue being expensive. We pay the most for drugs in the world, and that's ridiculous. That's not what we do in the most developed country in the world. Well, it is what we do because of policy. This person says tariffs will bring manufacturing jobs home. Brother, manufacturing jobs have been going up without doing across-the-board tariffs that are going to make things more expensive. Across-the-board tariffs. Stop reading, bro. What do you mean? I can't read information? You're against information? Don't get triggered by information, okay? When it comes to tariffs, though, no economist supports across-the-board tariffs because it's going to make things more expensive. Targeted specific tariffs to prevent certain goods from entering the market is the purpose of tariffs. If you do across-the-board tariffs, you're just going to make things expensive. Do you think China's going to take the cost? Do you think Mexico or Canada is going to take the cost? No, it's going to go to the consumer. It's going to go to you. That's how tariffs work. It's basic economics. But you do tariffs to make certain products unaffordable. Like, say, Chinese electric vehicles. Maybe you don't want Chinese electric vehicles to flood the American market. So you put a tariff on Chinese electric vehicles like what happened in the Biden administration. And that was supported by the auto companies, both the bosses and the unions, by the way. And that was for the purpose of making those products more expensive and making it not worth it for the Chinese company to bring it to the U.S., to sell the U.S., not making it worth it for the consumer. You're saying tariffs are leverage to bring home manufacturing. Explain how. I mean, you can call in. Hold on. Actually, I didn't open up the Google Voice. My bad. That's on me, fellas. Everyone says, damn, Nathan Galang, Jola, and tomfoolery all live at the same time. Yeah, no, those are like the only two. Like, you know, there's a lot of these vertical live stream debaters um, on TikTok, but when it comes to the YouTube game, I mainly see Jola and Tomfoolery. One day we got to collab, maybe. I don't know. I'm aware of the two of them. I don't know if they're aware of me yet. I don't know if I'm that famous that they scrolled upon my stream at any point. But this person says, I buy American, that's good for America. You can buy American, and we can also increase manufacturing in America without making every product more expensive. We don't have to make cement more expensive. We don't have to make it more expensive to build a house, to do construction. We don't have to make getting gas more expensive. Donald Trump said he's going to bring the price of gas down, and he's going to make it bigger. Avoid tariffs by bringing manufacturing to America. Brother, that would be great. I love bringing jobs back to America. If only it wasn't already happening without doing tariffs on all these goods. And there are certain goods where even with tariffs on it, it will still be cheaper to produce elsewhere. And if it's cheaper to produce elsewhere, though it will be more expensive for the consumers, the companies are going to do it. Right? There are certain products that we don't make in America or grow in America, certain fruits, certain vegetables, and so on and so forth. Prices and wages are sticky. They don't go down. What do you mean sticky? I don't know what you mean by sticky, and I don't know what you're saying. They don't go down. Oh, I think I understand what you're saying. Stuff like gas will not go down, right? Because of inflation in general, just like when things are inflated, they'll just continue going up. And that's a fair point, but you could actually make certain goods go down. Say if these American gas companies, okay, you're saying wages, not prices? So you're saying prices could go down. Wages have been stagnant. They've been growing, but in a way that hasn't been keeping up with cost. And they've been growing in a way that hasn't been keeping up with their bosses or corporate profits. So wages have been stagnant. They haven't been going down, but that's due to inflation and the limited forces. And so on and so forth. Gabe, let's bring up a policy point, huh? Is there a tariff on the water in your house hair? Greasy AF. So true. But yeah, wages have been stagnant, and that's not good. Ooh, this fucking one strand of hair just refuses to stick with the others. Prices are often sticky as well. That's a fair point. I agree with you. But the thing is, Donald Trump promised they would go down, right? This person says, Tomfoolery's YouTube short stream almost got fucked up somehow. So you actually got more viewers than he does right now in the short stream. Really? What happened to him? But, yeah, no, I understand what you're saying, Brute Hit, when you're saying, because that's actually a fair point that these things tend to go up. The question, yeah, it was a dumb promise. The question is, can you make wages go up? And I think that's the challenge, right? And that's why, you know, I wouldn't necessarily run if I was Trump or Biden or Kamala or any of them. I wouldn't run on, I'm going to bring down the prices. I would say I'm going to bring down inflation to a reasonable rate. But I would say that my main goal would be bringing up wages and making sure that the wages are no longer stagnant as they've been since the 1970s. But that's a fair point that you brought up, Brute, and I respect you for that, genuinely. But yes, yeah, Donald Trump did promise that, and he's not going to succeed on that. He's also directly said, like, even though he ran on that, and I think in the inauguration speech he also said we're going to bring prices down. In other statements he said, you know, it's actually real hard to bring the price of eggs down. And it's like, oh, yeah, now you're telling us. I don't know how long this stream's going to be, by the way, because my headphone batteries are low, but I just was in the mood for streaming, so I was like, I'm going to do it anyway. But generally, I need my headphones to be able to hear, or rather, for the echo, for you guys to not hear two voices for the caller. Inflation is caused by government spending, wages and prices are for the market. I disagree with the idea that inflation is just exclusively caused by government spending. There was like some research that looked at the inflation as it related to the 2021, 2022, and so on and so forth, the COVID inflation, that found that many corporations are artificially inflating their prices beyond what the actual inflation rate is, right? It's greedflation. I think it was about half of all the inflation across the, at least in the nation. I don't know about across the world, but I think it's a multinational corporation, so yes. Austin says, bots in here. Are you a bot, Austin? Mills says, so happy for you. Trump is officially in office, Nathan. Smiley face. I mean, the election was a few months ago. I knew he was going to be in office, but I'm not happy for you. You know what I mean? I'm not happy that you have to deal with prices not going down. I'm not happy that Trump got rid of a Biden executive order that allowed for Medicare and Medicaid to negotiate drug cost, right? We want lower drug cost, right? Well, Trump made it so that these companies can continue charging extraordinary prices. Not great. Warrior Wasteland says, Trump is awesome. Go cry more. Yes, I love paying more for drugs. I love paying more for drugs. People like you are the reason why peasants were able to exist for centuries. Because you guys actually have the peasant brain. Mills says lies. It's not a lie. Just fucking look it up. Austin says, I'm for Trump 100%, but I'm willing to listen to some arguments. Yeah, that's good, Austin. I appreciate that. What's wrong? Where am I wrong? Did Donald Trump not roll back the Biden executive order that mandated negotiations to lower the cost of drugs using Medicare and Medicaid? Did he not do that? Is the executive order still present? I would like to know. What did I miss? Tell me. Would love to know. You can search it. This is Fox 8 local news saying Trump rescinds Biden-era order to lower the cost of drugs. Fox 5, Trump reverses Biden executive order on lowering prescription drug costs. NBC News, Trump reverses Biden policies on drug pricing and Obamacare. This person says, you are correct, but I don't believe that's why prices are so high. Well, brother, we have high prices in general in the United States. I'm not saying that removing this specific executive order that was made to negotiate drug prices is the reason why drug prices are already high. Drug prices have been high. But that order that was there from the Biden era was specifically to negotiate and bring it down. And they had just recently announced that there are negotiations with 15 more drugs, and they're in talks with Big Pharma, right? So for then Trump to just end it means the negotiations are over, and these companies can do whatever the hell they want. It's a multitude of factors, for sure. But folks, you can call in if you want to have this conversation, because there's a lot of interesting conversations to have. And I want to encourage you to go fast, because I don't think this stream is going to go for very long, because my headphone battery is low. But yes, it is a multitude of factors, and I would blame the drug companies. These drug companies, they go to these usually college campuses where research for these drugs are done. They buy the patent after the drug is found to be effective, and then they sell it. So it's the United States funding our usually public universities. We're funding the creation of these drugs, but it's private corporations that get to purchase the rights to them, that purchase the patent, and get to sell it at prices that they can't sell it in other countries, because these other countries actually have some rules that say you cannot price gouge our people, right? Warrior of the Wasteland says 2 genders officially, we got him. You know what's funny? I think in that rule that was released, they specifically said that essentially your gender is chosen at conception. But scientifically, we don't have a gender until like fucking 6 weeks. We start developing the female parts first before like you're either going to develop the vagina and the female reproductive system, or the male reproductive system after those 6 weeks. Your body kind of goes different directions. So, I guess, if at conception, which is when the sperm meets the egg, our gender is chosen, I guess we're all women now. So, feminism, I guess. Austin says, 100, the drug companies in collaboration with the people in our government is so deep. I agree. We got to get the money out of politics. The cost of healthcare is going to be an old idea. That's what Brute says. I don't know what you mean by the cost of healthcare is going to be an old idea. Donald Trump is going to deregulate the healthcare industry, and they're just going to lower prices out of the goodness of their hearts. Come on. This is the same industry, the healthcare industry, that denies people cancer treatment. Right? That makes people pay out of pocket for cancer treatment. This is the same industry, again, these drug companies, like I said, that buy up patents from public universities that do the research on public money, and then they sell it at extreme prices that they can't sell in other countries. These companies are not looking out for you, bro. Thank you, Billy. Appreciate that. Why are drugs illegal? It should be my choice to do them. I personally think some drugs should be illegal. I don't mind. I think they can be decriminalized. I don't think you need to go to jail for putting something in your body, but I wouldn't allow for the legal selling of heroin. That's just me personally. I do have my limits. Daniel McDonald says insurance companies and drug companies are different. That's true. They are different companies, but they both do very immoral practices where they are price gouging the regular people. You know what I'm saying? They have similar levels of immorality. Zerk says heroin and meth are bad. Yeah, I definitely agree with you. Daniel says you can't have problems with both without blaming one or the other. No, I can have a problem with both. I have a problem when United denies people with cancer treatment. I have a problem when the drug companies buy up the patents of publicly funded medication to sell it and make extreme private profits, right? They're all part of the overall healthcare industry that everybody's fucking mad at, right? Democrats, Republicans, right and left. We're all mad at that industry. Nobody's happy. So, it says, we will see in 4 years. Only time will tell if Trump is the real deal or if one of them is a sheep in wolf's clothing, but I truly believe he is for the people. I mean, brother, he does have a record that we could look at. You know, he has a record in his first term. He didn't do nothing to lower drug prices. He didn't do nothing to fight the corrupt insurance companies. I think 2 or 3 million people lost their health insurance in his first term. For any flaw that you can have with Donald Trump or with Biden or Obama or whoever, they both oversaw millions of people getting health care. That's a good thing that everybody can agree on. People deserve their health insurance. Right? Donald Trump saw people losing their health insurance. Donald Trump deregulated a specific chemical. I'm forgetting the chemical name off the top of my head because, you know, how chemicals be named. But the CEO donated $1 million to his inauguration fund when he was first becoming president, and then he deregulated it. There's not even a safe level of consumption for this chemical. You know, not good. You know, Brute says Kennedy is the remedy. Democrats should have nominated Kennedy. Kennedy doesn't believe in nothing. If Kennedy believed in something, for example, Kennedy has talked about the PFAS, right? The forever chemicals. He says that they're bad. He's against them. These chemical companies trying to poison us. Like I said, Donald Trump deregulated the chemical industry. He should have been on the ticket that had Tim Walz in it, who in his state of Minnesota did put regulations and bans on the forever chemicals that stick in our air and our water. So if I'm RFK and I actually believe in the shit I'm saying, I'm going to support one campaign and not the campaign of deregulation and letting these drug and food companies do whatever the hell they want. And if we actually want to make America healthy, we need to do what Franklin Roosevelt and Theodore Roosevelt have been calling for since last century, what John F. Kennedy was calling for, what Bernie Sanders is calling for, universal health care. We need to make preventative care easier. And part of preventative care is being able to see a primary physician before a major condition starts. You see, in America, we want to save money. We don't want to go to the health insurance because, the doctor because it's a very expensive process, and our insurance might not cover it. But in other countries, they have more primary care visits, and they're able to, for example, let's say they have cancer, catch it earlier, and hopefully not die. But in America, because we disencourage people to get care, people will miss important things like that. The person says eating wildlife. I don't know what you mean by that. Zerk says, I feel like both parties are the same thing, but just different color. No, I disagree with that. I think that there is a different practical effect when the parties are in charge. You know what I'm saying? What I mean? Like, I don't think Al Gore would have invaded Iraq. I could see him going into Afghanistan after 9/11, but I don't see him invading Iraq because Iraq had nothing to do with 9/11, but Bush did. So, believe me, elections have consequences. Both parties are not the same. You know, if under a Republican administration, millions of people lose their health insurance. Under a Democratic administration, millions of people get on health insurance. That's a very different result for these people. Brute says Kennedy will get to the root cause. Kennedy won't get to the root cause. Kennedy's gonna fucking bring back polio. You know? Kennedy, again, if he wanted to, for example, fight fight for the regulations that he wants against the chemical companies. Again, the PFAS. Tim Walz put regulations on the PFAS. Donald Trump did not, and Donald Trump's not gonna. It's ideologically opposed to what he believes in. He's a business guy. He wants to deregulate, so he and his oligarch friends can make more money. Yo, man, you ready for Trump to a billionaire boogaloo? It is certainly something. It is certainly something. You know, they say a picture speaks 1,000 words, and I was thinking that phrase doesn't mean much in an age where you can just do AI images auto-generated just like that. But, you know, I gotta say, when you saw Zuckerberg, Musk, Bezos standing side by side, Google guy, TikTok guy, side by side in that one picture at the inauguration, man, that picture spoke 1,000 words. This motherfucker was running as the anti-establishment guy. His sycophants still believe he's like the anti-establishment guy. Really? That's not true. The anti-establishment guy is not going to have every single fucking establishment figure right lined up behind him. He's going back to You funny. Why didn't Trump put his hand on the Bible? You know, I don't know. I actually don't know what the reason is. Daniel says you never touch it, you hover over the Bible. Hold on. Do presidents touch the Bible? And even if that's true, why didn't he hover over it like the other presidents do? Austin says he's curious. Yeah, I'm curious too. Trump didn't place his hand. Most of the articles I'm saying is Trump didn't place his hand. Constitution does not say you gotta. I understand that, but most residents choose to. Washington did. Teddy Roosevelt did not use any book. John Quincy Adams used the Book of Law. Like, it's not a big deal that he didn't. It's just bizarre that he got the Bible out and he didn't do it. I'm not seeing anything, by the way, saying that presidents just hover their hand over. Right? He didn't commit a crime. But, yeah. Alright, let me see what I missed. It told you everything you needed to know. Jay Baccaria in the House. Healthcare 2.0. What is Healthcare 2.0? More privatization? I don't know who that is. Jay Baccaria. I'm curious. What do you think about Elon doing the Roman salute? Yeah, he's a fucking Nazi, bro. You know the hilarious thing? And I think, you know, generally we get a good amount of conservatives in this chat because of the nature of the YouTube algorithm. It's funny that people are like, no, he's just doing the Roman salute. Okay, what are the origins of the Roman salute? Fascist. He's just giving his heart to the audience. It's like what Jon Stewart said. You know, maybe you do like, you know, put your hand on your chest, you say this, you do that. You don't go fucking sticking your arm out like you're motherfucking Hitler. Right? And then you have conservatives on Twitter, particularly the blue checks, being like, no, he didn't do that. What about all these still images of Democrats? They look like they're doing it, but then you actually look at the video of all of those Democrats, and they're just waving their arms and all that. They're not pumping their chest and then putting it out. Like fucking Hitler. Now, I'll say this. The thing is about Elon is he's so fucking weird that I don't know, he like leaned over. It looks so cringe, and the Republican defense is just like, oh well, you know, he's autistic, so he's just doing it because of the autism. And it's like, no, he's a grown-ass man. So you have liberals and leftists saying that he was doing some Nazi shit. You have conservatives being like, no, he's not doing Nazi shit, I swear he's just autistic. And then you have Nazis being like, he's doing the Nazi shit! As Vic says, he's from fucking South Africa, dog. Okay, he grew up in apartheid. He got his family money from a fucking emerald mine, or diamond mine, or whatever the fuck. And he denies that now, but his dad is like, no, I own a fucking emerald mine. You dumb motherfucker. Joaquin asked an interesting, but why are you going so against Trump? We had him before and everything was fine. I think it's going up. Everything wasn't fine, my friend. He cut taxes for 83%, went to the top 1%. He blew up the deficit as a result of that. He increased drone strikes 432%. He supported a Saudi genocide in Yemen. When he had the option to say, no, I will not give weapons to this genocide, a bill was put to his desk by Bernie Sanders and Republican Mike Lee saying to stop the sale of weapons to Saudi Arabia. He vetoed it so we could keep supporting the bombing of children. We could keep supporting a fucking cholera outbreak in Yemen. That's what Donald Trump did. No, it wasn't fine for those motherfuckers shitting their brains out in fucking Yemen because there's a fucking cholera outbreak. So, yeah, I'm against the guy. Millions of people lost their health insurance. It wasn't fucking fine for them. So no, I don't like the guy. And it wasn't good before. Frankly, if we just think everything was good before, we're not paying attention. It was fine before he didn't want to stop testing for COVID to have rallies. That's what Justin says. I don't know exactly what you're talking about. Scott D says, TDS, who are you gonna blame when he's gone? You'll be victims. What the fuck you think I'm talking about? I'm talking about specific policies that he did. Here, let me blame my side, right? Joe Biden supported the genocide in Israel. Supported Israel's genocide against Gaza. I can criticize my own side because of a specific policy that Joe Biden did. So when Donald Trump does the same exact shit with fucking Saudi Arabia, I'm gonna criticize him too. Hold on, let me see who subscribed. Let me check this out. Trump does the same exact shit. Live Salone, thank you for the follow. Thoughts on Kamala? Well, Kamala's not going to be president, so I don't really concern myself with her much these days. But, in general, she was definitely, in my view, the better of the two options. Right? I voted for her. But she is not like my guy. She's no Bernie Sanders. Right? She didn't win a Democratic primary in the first place in 2020. And she did pretty alright for what she had, being suddenly put in as a substitution, essentially, late into the game. But, yeah, she's not going to be president. So I don't really have much thoughts about her. She's not a progressive, by the way. Josh says, you look like someone who would vote for Harris. Brother, I don't know if you can tell that based on the thing above my head saying Trump is going to hurt you, or the title of this stream, that, yeah, I'm probably a Democratic voter, you know? Justin says, Trump can't even take late-night comedians telling jokes. Yeah, he did sue Bill Maher. This was before he was president, too. He did say that people should go to jail for burning the American flag. That's anti-free speech. I'm for free speech. Brute says, Harris subverted the primary process. No, Brute, you don't know the primary process. There was a primary process. Biden was nominated. Biden won most votes. But then, after that debate, it became clear this motherfucker is unfit to run. So Republicans were saying he's unfit to run, he's unfit to run, he's unfit to run. So then Democrats also realized that and felt the same. So they got him to step down. And in a moment where the only guy that won the votes was the guy that needs to step down, it's going to go to the convention. It's people, DNC members, that are going to vote. I think it's a pretty similar situation in the RNC. If, say, Donald Trump died after the Republican primary in 2024, it would be the Republican Party members, the membership, not the voters at that point, that make that decision. And in the case of Kamala Harris, it was just the DNC members that went with the current Vice President of the United States. You can say no one believes you, but this is just the fact of the matter. If you're not accepting a plain retelling of reality, I don't know what to tell you. You can't get mad at just reality. Joaquim says, you got to be honest, Elon did a lot more for NASA when advancing technology. I completely disagree. NASA got us on the moon. Elon hasn't got us on shit. And any credit that I give to SpaceX, I give to the engineers. .206 area code. What's on your mind?
Hey, yeah, I was just gonna ask a few questions, mostly about, like, what's the Post's plan as far as opposing Trump or preventing Trump's camp from continuing to win elections after 2028 and onwards?
Yeah. Well, in my view, what I want to see is the Democratic Party embrace the economic populism that made Franklin Roosevelt win 4 times in a row. That made it so that Democrats dominated the House of Representatives for nearly half the last century, right?
Yeah.
My focus, my personal focus, is changing the Democratic Party from within. I'm involved in Democratic Party politics, and that's my step. I would encourage people to get involved in their county parties, their state parties. I would encourage people to get involved in their local politics. And in general, I think if we have a culture shift in the Democratic Party away from Clintonism and more towards Roosevelt and Kennedy ideology, I think that would be good for this country. Populism. As for what Donald Trump's going to do, Donald Trump has the House and the Senate. He's going to be able to pass a good amount of policies. He's already passing the policies, and the policies that he's doing through executive order is already telling of what to expect. He pushed an executive order making it easier for administration employees to accept gifts from lobbyists, actually made it legal to accept gifts from lobbyists, and so on and so forth. I'm
not in favor of pretty much, I guess I would say, let's say 90% of Trump's policies.
Yeah.
Without getting a calculator out or anything, but I guess my question is about what you said before about changing the party from within. I was a volunteer for Bernie Sanders' 2016 and 2020 campaigns, and it seems like, without even getting into critiques of Bernie and how he operated those campaigns, the Democratic Party fought tooth and nail to prevent him from being the nominee.
Yeah.
So
I don't deny that.
I'm just curious, like, how do you see them changing? Because it seems like when it suits them, they just won't have. They didn't really have a primary this time around.
Yeah.
They pulled all kinds of shady tricks and all, including nullifying millions of primary voters' ballots in 2016. Oh, can you hear me?
I can't hear you right now. Hello?
Hello?
Wait, hello?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Hello? Yeah, I can hear you. Sorry, my headphone's acting up. My headphones might be dying, but
oh, you're good.
Last thing I heard was you were saying, I'll answer your question because I think I got your main point. You volunteer for Bernie. You see how corrupt the Democratic Party is. I agree. The Democratic Party, like the Republican Party, has a lot of money going through it, and there's a lot of corruption. But the reason I say people should get involved is simply because, if we don't do anything, it's definitely not going to change. If we continue to be involved, if regular people start filling up the DNC instead of these insiders, these Clinton advisors, or these what do you call these people that you hire for the campaign? These the consultants, right? That's how you get a DNC that's friendly to someone like a Roosevelt or a Bernie and so on and so forth. It's a gradual process. I think the process is already happening. This is what I'll say. When you talk to the youth of the Democratic Party, and I'm going to go ahead and include millennials, even though millennials are getting older and older and older. Remember, the millennials used to be the youth back in 2016. Now they're the real full-grown adults. You know what I'm saying? Among Gen Z and among these millennial types that will inherit the party, the Bernie Sanders position, even if the aesthetics are different between different people, but the position is now just what is accepted. Yeah, we need universal health care. Yeah, we need college for all. Yeah, we need to reduce income inequality. Yeah, we need to support our unions. A lot of these things were seen as radical just 12 years ago or 8 years ago or whatever, right? 8 years ago, I believe.
Yeah.
And with the Republicans, I'll just say this quick because I'm being kind of slow, my bad. But with the Republicans, when you talk to their young wing, their youth, they are more radical than ever. They are more accepting of I'll just be direct here and just going to accept something conservatives. Fascism. Just being honest. I remember at my college, the college Republicans administrators were legitimately just Nazis. I mean, they followed Nazis on Instagram. They pushed the shit. They were saying, like, we're not just against illegal immigration. We're against legal immigration. Which, we know what that means. So they're going to be more radical, and they're also less in number. Meanwhile, Democrats, the youth are more likely to be Democrats, and they are just accepting progressive positions as the duh position. So just keep being involved. Politics is a long-term project. It doesn't begin with Trump. It doesn't end with Trump. After Trump, we're going to have to keep fighting the same forces that we've been fighting. You feel me?
I get that. I guess I still don't feel like it's a worthwhile use of time to try to get a lot more people involved in the Democratic Party, because I think that just benefits and shores up the Democratic establishment. Mm-hmm. They made it really clear that they don't want progressive youth in the party in the 2020 and 2016 primaries, and that they will, they even argued in court, because after the 2016 elections, the primary and whatnot, some of Bernie's delegates sued the Democratic Party for breaking their own rules in how they ran the primary to favor Clinton, and the Democratic Party argued in court and won by saying that, well, we actually legally, we're a private organization, we could just select a candidate. Like, we don't owe anybody a fair primary. And I just don't see, even if you get a ton of youth involved, I feel like they're going to be betrayed by the party, and then most of them will. Well,
it's not just get involved though. Like, it's take it over.
Well, I know what you mean. I get it, but I just don't really actually think that's possible. I think that's been tried a number of times, not just by the two Bernie Sanders campaigns, but multiple other times in the past 50 years. It hasn't worked really at all, and I guess my argument is that it's not, support a takeover and a radical transformation of the Democratic Party, or do nothing. I guess what I'm arguing is that there are other options.
This is what I'll say, right? When we reference the past 50 years, we got to put in perspective. The Democratic establishment of those days were kind of the Democrats that I'm saying, at least economically, we need to embrace. That old establishment from 50 years ago or something, those were the people that were alive during Franklin Roosevelt's time. Those were the people that believed in the New Deal policies. Those were the people that did the Great Society and the Civil Rights Act, right? And the thing is, at the end, when the 80s came around, Reagan was winning well. Reagan popularized neoliberalism, made that the mainstream ideology, and the up-and-coming Democratic star was Bill Clinton. And through Bill Clinton's victories, he kind of shaped the Democratic Party in this much more neoliberal direction. So, in a way, there was a new ideology that got big in the last 50 years in the Democratic Party and uprooted the previous ideology. But that ideology is gradually dying. And we even saw that with the Biden administration doing some more progressive things than what Obama did, at least in the economic front, not so much at the foreign policy front, right? So politics is a really long game, and if just because we get disappointed because of some losses and corruption, we got to keep on pushing, because there's no other option. The Democratic Party real quick here, but the Democratic Party of the late 1800s and early 1900s, remember, was the party that came out. They were the party of the South. They were the party of the Confederacy, right? So it's not like you're going to make friends in every single circle in there, but you got to get your guys in. You got to change the culture. You got to change the policy. And eventually, you give it some time, and we get Franklin Roosevelt. Eventually we get John F. Kennedy.
That's a very historically accurate way to characterize how the New Deal or the Civil Rights Movement happened. I think that
there was outside stuff, and I think people should be involved in the outside of the party stuff. But we can chew bubblegum and walk.
I think that's really the only factor that played a decisive role in either of those cases, because you had in the 30s, you had a really widespread fear among the American oligarchy that there would be a workers' revolution. And in the 1960s, you had both violent and non-violent factions of radical politics that were organizing economic boycotts and creating economic alternatives to Jim Crow capitalism, apartheid capitalism.
Yeah, I think people. I want the union
cases,
movement to pop off, and people like Sean Fain are part of that.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not an enormous fan of Sean Fain, but I mean, I appreciate he's better than his predecessors. But I feel like the thing is, the New Deal was a huge compromise that shored up capitalism, and that's how FDR described it when he would correspond with other, members of his social circles, other politicians who were not voting for it at first. He basically said, look, if we don't give up these crumbs, they might take all of it, rather than we just give up a portion of our wealth that's acceptable. They might take all of it. And I think that
well, I think another perspective of it,
attention and money. Yeah, go ahead.
Because I understand what you mean, right? Like, there is the speech of FDR saying, like, look, I mean, you want a fucking revolution? He was pointing out, like, the point, like, people will be willing to give up on what we perceive as freedom if the authoritarian, no matter the ideology, I think specifically he was talking about fascism, though, they would be willing to give up freedom if they're promised a full stomach. You know what I mean? So he did make the conditions for essentially capitalism to survive, and that was one of the perspectives of his arguments. I understand how a socialist might not like that, but I think avoiding revolution and avoiding civil unrest, to me, because I'm directly going to tell you, I'm a social democrat, so I'm still fundamentally a capitalist. You know what I'm saying? Like, I would rather avoid a civil war, a revolution here today, maintain a system of capitalism where our basic needs are met, and also I would say ideologically I don't feel an ethical concern with private ownership of the means of productions inherently, right? I want more worker co-ops, I want more union representation, but I don't need to fundamentally change the economic system. And there's an interesting thing Brute says in the chat here that I see. Can someone explain why people use the word billionaire as a slur? Because they're fucking you in the ass. Okay? Since the 1970s, we've seen their wages go up, their corporate profits go up, and your wages stay stagnant. And that's not an accident. It's a direct result of policy. It's a direct result of a tax code that favors them. And we didn't always have that. In the back in the day, from Roosevelt to, I would say, Johnson, or a bit of Jimmy Carter there too, we had a system where when corporations did well, your CEO did well, you also saw your money go up. That's all I'm saying we got to do. And if that means the billionaires can't write the tax code, then so be it. But yes, it is in their class interest, the billionaires, to screw you. So it is kind of almost inherently bad. So maybe the caller would say it is inherently bad. But in general, I don't look at it as an individual thing. The billionaire class has an interest. The regular people, we have our interest. And it's opposed. But sorry, caller, we were saying.
Yeah, I would just make a couple more points. I would say that I'm not necessarily arguing for working people to form militias and attack centers of government power. I think that workers should act independently in their own interests, create bases of independent resource production, so food, energy, water, skill sharing, manufacturing, all of that can be done independently from capital. And when people exercise autonomy like that and create systems that are better than the crumbs that we get from the ruling class. They just give us those to keep people acquiescent. They will respond in various ways to try to cut the legs out from under, what I would argue is actual democracy. I don't think capitalism and democracy are compatible, and I believe in democracy. And so I think that I'm not arguing that people should go out and start a violent revolution and have a cool uniform and flags and as many guns as they can get necessarily as like a first and foremost strategy. But I do think that if you even approached building social democracy successfully in the United States, I do think that the ruling class will respond with overwhelming violence and coercion to prevent that. So I just feel like, saying we can turn the ship of the Democratic Party, it might take a couple generations, but it'll be worth it because eventually we're going to outlive the older generation and the younger generations are more progressive. I don't think that's how it works either. I think there have always been, during slavery,
reactionaries of every generation,
numbers of people that were opposed, and the people who wield powerful machinery of the state hand it off to people with the same class interests and opinions that they have. So I just don't think that it's an effective strategy. I would encourage people to get involved in, like I was saying, agriculture, energy production, manufacturing, skill sharing, unionization, workers' cooperatives. And I think that the more space that you give capitalism to, people say, oh, well, they can exist concurrently. We live in a free society. We can have both of those things. Well, it's in their interest, and it's their repeated behavior to destroy any real democracy, real worker power. And the end result of capitalism working as it does is monopoly. And it's in the interest of monopolies to prevent alternatives. So I guess that would be my argument. Of course,
it's a fair point.
With you that most of what Trump's first actions have been and his stated goals for policy are all pretty horrific. But I would also, as a sort of a last point, I would say we've had fascism in democratic administrations as well. I mean, if you define fascism like Mussolini defined fascism, it's the merger of state and corporate power. And you have, for Obama's administration, for instance, his first administration, his entire cabinet was selected for him by Citibank. And in every other Democratic or Republican administration I could think of, all of the major secretaries are board members of Fortune 500 companies. And the state, you mentioned that there was an uptick in drone warfare from Obama. From
Obama, and then Obama did an uptick under Bush.
Exactly. So we're on a continuum of rightward escalating policy, regardless of which of these two parties is in office. And there may be differences in rhetoric, but I would even, if we had a lot of time, I would even argue with you particular points. But you were saying that Biden was doing some more progressive policies that were a nod back to the Kennedy and FDR era, those styles of Democrats.
Much more watered down, I would say.
Well, not even. I mean, I think it's really in name only. Like if you take the infrastructure bill, for example, that was passed, an enormous proportion of the, it sort of claims to be successful in terms of dollars, right? And in terms of the number of actual projects that are completed or the miles of bridges or rail that's repaired or whatever, there's really not a lot of specifics in there because it promotes what's called asset recycling. So if the infrastructure bill is able to levy funds for a new infrastructure project, it's actually required, like the mechanism for doing that, a big part of where they get the money for building a new infrastructure project is to sell off existing public infrastructure. So they're privatizing already public infrastructure as a major function of the infrastructure bill.
Mm-hmm.
So I would argue it's really only, it's in name only. You know, that's the furthest the Democratic establishment was willing to go after seeing how much enthusiasm there was for a much more left-leaning
this is what I would say,
politics.
right?
Is they
This is what I would say.
Left-leaning things and then continued liberalism.
So yeah, I don't think that Biden, again, he wasn't my pick in the primary. Biden is not FDR. Biden is not JFK. Biden spent his entire career as a conservative Democrat. Biden did do some shifts in policy. I think ultimately there was in that bill, I don't know the exact details like you were saying, like you have to sell off a public road in order to make a public road. I don't know if that's exactly the case, but even then it doesn't surprise me if a Democrat, as they are today, and remember Biden is of that establishment generation I'm talking about, does something like that. That's the Democratic Party that we gotta beat. And that's a Democratic Party that we have to do better than, right? But I will say, again, having any infrastructure investment, having any investment into manufacturing, yes, we did see in a massive tick, not just tick, I feel like tick isn't enough, a massive increase in public and private construction investment under the Biden administration that we haven't seen since World War II. It's the highest it's been since World War II. There's things, and Build Back Better also would have been a wonderful policy if it wasn't stopped by conservative Democrats Joe Manchin and Kristen Sinema, right? So I think there was good stuff that Biden did. Again, we're comparing it to Obama, to Trump, to Bush, to Reagan, and Clinton, right? And that's a really low bar. What I think Biden represents is not necessarily a return to how America was, or a return to progressivism, or a return to New Deal economics, but a transition in the sense that the most establishment man you can think of, Joe Biden, was willing to, if you, in your view, give lip service, but in my view, do some decent policies, actually. Have Lena Khan in the FTC, right? Have a National Labor Relations Board that let people unionize, that let people strike. Again, his record is mixed on some strikes, like the rail strike, but allowing the UAW to strike and get a deal that's good for the workers, I think that that's a wonderful thing that would not happen if Donald Trump was president in that moment. There is a difference, I would say, between Joe Biden and Barack Obama. Unfortunately, yes, the thing in the genocide in Gaza, I think, really lowers his scorecard quite a bit. But I think that if we have a Democratic president like Gretchen Whitmer, a Democratic president like Tim Walz, a Democratic president like that fella from Wisconsin, or even Andy Bashir, I think that's a massive improvement and a completely different era of politician than even the Barack Obamas or the Joe Bidens or the Hillary Clintons, right? So the thing is this, in the grand scheme of things, I would also encourage people to do things outside the Democratic Party. Do mutual aid. Do worker co-ops. Unionize your workplace. And if someone, for example, believes in socialism, right? Okay. Do what you can in your ability. And more liberals and left-leaning centrists, I guess, whatever, they'll do what they'll do, right? Social Democrats will kind of have 2 feet in each camp. And that's part of making progress in the country, is having people to the left of the majority. And if the majority is much more like Franklin Roosevelt or JFK rather than Hillary Clinton, that'll have genuine positive effects on people. You know, having a cap on insulin, that's a good thing, right? So there are good things that'll happen. Again, Joe Biden's not the perfect guy. But like my headline says, and I think we're both in agreement, Donald Trump's going to be massively worse. But yeah, I think we're mostly in a.
I really agree.
No, Donald Trump will be worse.
Well, you just mentioned that Joe Biden was, not just allowing, but fervently aiding and abetting
Israel's genocide. Yeah.
Yeah.
But the thing is this, right?
I know that there's other areas of policy that can degrade, but I don't think that leaving Democrats in power for another 4 years was going to necessarily be enormous changes. If you look at Trump's policies from his first term and compare those to Biden's policies from the term that just concluded, there's basically no daylight between them.
No, there's massive daylight.
Even more warfare and genocide.
No, that's not even true. That's not even true. Donald Trump was a warmonger.
Deported more people.
I agree.
Joe Biden
I agree.
deported more
I agree.
people
There are problems that I have with Joe Biden as a progressive person, right? But Donald Trump was not better. Donald Trump cut the taxes for the top 1%. I know. But you're just saying like it's not much different. Donald Trump cut people's health care by, you know, putting more reductions on the Affordable Health Care Act. He would have gotten rid of it completely if he had the majority that he needed to get rid of it. Donald Trump also supported a genocide in Yemen, right? He armed the Saudi regime. He was given an opportunity by Democrats and Republicans in the House and the Senate to stop the supplying of weapons, but he refused to because he gets the Saudi money. He wants to do the same exact policy as Joe Biden on Israel. Again, he increased drone strikes 432%. With all Joe Biden's problems, he did pretty much end the drone war. Before and again, you can't really brag about Joe Biden's foreign policy achievements when he's out here supporting Israel. But when it comes to when you look at the establishment, when you look at establishment Democrats, when you look at the establishment Republicans, when it just comes to voting, you vote for who's going to be better, who will improve the lives of more people or at least harm less people. And when Donald Trump, even though Joe Biden did deport people, Democrats in general are not friendly to immigrants,
more people.
And Donald Trump wants to do more than what he did and more than what Biden did. Donald Trump has been campaigning on mass deportations. He's normalized the idea of mass deportations. So, but again, I put blame on Biden for not reforming the immigration system and making it so that people can come here legally easier, right? Biden has his flaws. He is marginally better. And when someone is marginally better in every level of election, I'm going to vote for him, right? And in many issues, he's better than Obama and Clinton. So he is the transition, in my view, for someone like Gretchen Whitmer or Tim Walz or the governor of Wisconsin if they were to run for president. Here, someone asked in the chat, ideology is like, can you mention something positive about Donald Trump? Are you incapable of doing so? I like that he did Project Warp Speed. But I don't think most Trump supporters that he did that. I don't think most Trump supporters are going to be fans of that.
Why did you like removing the testing threshold even lower for medical treatments?
We need that COVID vaccine fast.
Huh. Okay. Well, I guess I'll just end by saying that nobody won any gains in labor or in civil rights because there was a charismatic leader at the head of the government that allowed them to have it. All of the strikes that built the labor movement were illegal. All of the sit-ins and boycotts that helped to decrease the power of apartheid in the United States were illegal and violently opposed by the cops. So I guess I would just end by saying, don't put your hopes and faith in a party of by and for.
Yeah, you don't need to put your faith in them. You need to take control of them. You need to play your part in that. That's what I would recommend to people. And I also encourage people to do things outside the party too, because people that are more radical to the party are part of driving the party to a more positive direction. So I have nothing against what people do on the outside the party politics. I just encourage people to also be involved in their local level, in their party level, in the union, in their workers' side. Bring more democracy to the workplace. I'm down for it, you know. But again, I think we're mostly in agreement on that regard. We have some disagreements, but it was overall a respectful conversation, and I thank you for that.
All right. Well, have a good night.
Have a good night. Have a good night.
Take care.
You too. Justin says, I struggle a rapist who was falsely accused 15-year-olds of I struggle a rapist who falsely accuses 15-year-olds of rape. They were innocent. Oh, yeah. You're talking about how Donald Trump accused the Central Park Five. I see. A bit of a slow stream today, guys. I don't know what the YouTube algorithm's not pushing this specific one as well. Oh, I didn't change the title. I don't know if that had much dramatic effect, but hold on. Let me do that right now. I left it 120 and not 122. Shit. Yeah, Central Park 5. Yep, I'm aware of that. Stargate, Space Force, Bros, Peak America. Biden didn't use cool names like that. Yeah, Biden definitely needed more marketing, that's for sure. I agree with that. Corn Pop says reduce the bloated government bureaucracy. I agree. You know, we can start with the military. Marginally better is your opinion, opinionated opinion. Yeah, no, I do think that a president that invests in infrastructure and invests in manufacturing, and where there's 800,000 new manufacturing jobs, I do think that's better than losing 200,000 new manufacturing jobs. I do think that's better than cutting taxes for the rich. I do think that's better than a tax plan where 83% of the benefits went to the top 1%. You know? Get what I'm saying? No, you vote for him because you have to. Vote for who? Biden, Trump, Kamala? I vote for the better candidate. Billionaire is not a slur. Billionaire is a slur. Billionaires are animals. They're disgusting. Barely even human, I would say. Tariffs will bring home manufacturing. They will not. Would love to see the evidence. You have any source? You have any economist that says, yeah, across the board tariffs is a real fine idea? Because it's basic economics that tariffs serve a simple purpose. To prevent something from entering in your market, or to make it less competitive in order to boost your domestic production, right? But you're talking about a specific fucking item. And how do you make it less competitive? By making it more expensive. So when you say across the board tariffs now on everything, it makes everything more expensive. No tariff if you make it in America. It's not hard, Brute says. Brother, there's still goods that'll be cheaper to produce elsewhere. Import it to America. Sell it for a more expensive price. And it'll be the more profitable position for some of these companies to take. And also, in order to have everything built in America, you need the infrastructure today. You need the factories today. You can't just suddenly make the factories tomorrow and expect domestic industry to just cover fucking everything. We've had more domestic oil production under Biden than under Trump. And that didn't suddenly make the gas prices to a level that you're satisfied with. You can say as much catchphrases as you want. Buy American, buy American, buy American. I agree, buy American. We can produce more in America. Biden did that. Biden oversaw $200-something billion of investment, public and private, the highest we've seen in investment in construction since World War II. And Donald Trump wants to put tariffs that's going to make cement production more expensive, and therefore cement purchasing more expensive, and therefore construction more expensive. Donald Trump wants to do mass deportations. Illegal immigrants make up a good portion of agriculture, which is going to, and if you deport all 40% of those fucking workers, we're going to see fucking food prices go up. If you deport the many, many construction workers that are undocumented, we're going to see those go up because we're not the price of that go up because we're not going to have the workers to meet the demand to build the houses. Joe Blow says, damn, concrete word already expensive as fuck. Yep, and it's going to get worse, folks. Austin says, Biden did NAFTA. Stop. Donald Trump did NAFTA 2.0, a.k.a. the USMCA. He railed against NAFTA. He said NAFTA's so bad. He said the TPP is so bad. So he shut down the TPP. Good for him. But then when he did the USMCA, it was pretty much just NAFTA with provisions from the TPP. So you want to tell me this guy's against the bad trade deals? Why did he do a trade deal with provisions from the trade deal that he was saying was bad? That he shot down. You shoot down the trade deal and then you add provisions from it? It's almost like he really doesn't believe in anything, and he's a motherfucker that makes his products, his ties, in China. Brute says, avoid tariff, build your factory here, and you have more empathy than brains. Brother, you want to make, with the tariffs, the process of construction more expensive. You want to build in America? Joe Biden was building in America. The highest ever. Or highest we've seen since World War II. Highest in the century. Highest in the last 50 fucking years. Investment into construction. Not just into the stock market. Into construction. Shovels in the grounds. Building new factories. And we were doing that without doing fucking tariffs on every single product. We saw 800,000 new manufacturing jobs. Otto says, all of a sudden this motherfucker is an economic expert. This doesn't take an expert to know this shit. This is easily researchable information. You can look at the investment into manufacturing construction. You can look at the growth of jobs under each president. Donald Trump, in his first 2 years, saw the stagnation of investment into manufacturing construction, and then we saw the not just the stagnation of manufacturing jobs, but a slight decline of manufacturing jobs. And then, of course, COVID happened, and we saw a sharp decline. Overall, he lost 200,000 manufacturing jobs. Otto, you're trying to pretend you're a serious person, and you're like, you got pink headphones, those are gold headphones. Motherfucker, we're talking about real shit, and you want to talk about headphones. SMDKFC says, take out. No, the Fortnite stays. The Fortnite stays, man. Everybody, make sure to use Fortnite code TheNathanG, not TheNathanGalang, even though that's my username. TheNathanG. It's easier for people to spell, easier to remember, I think. On Fortnite, if you want to make some money, or if you want to make me some money by spending V-Bucks, in-game currency. Joaquin says, people gotta love the United States, actually love immigrants, but dislike immigrants coming illegally. You know it's not fair that the immigrants that did that legally. Yo, people here gotta stop name calling. I don't agree with him either. And in America, that's okay. I'm supposed to share our opinions. Yes, we can share our opinions. And brother, I want more legal immigration. But our system is slow and inefficient, so you gotta understand that when you have a slow and efficient immigration system, you encourage illegal immigration. You create illegal immigration when you have a slow and bad immigration system. We used to be a country where it was a lot easier to come here. You come on a boat, you get to Ellis Island, and they'll let you in unless you're like fucking sick with something. Now, we can have more standards than we had back in the 1800s, but that was America back in the day, and as a result of that immigration, we saw a massive economic boom. Immigrants add to the economy. So, as long as we continue this slow and inefficient process, we will continue to have people struggling. And we will continue to have illegal immigration, too. Trump says he's going to fix that. He says he's going to fix a lot of things, but he doesn't tend to do it. He says he just wants to deport people. And deportations, as we've seen, Obama was known as the deporter-in-chief. Trump deported at a similar level to Obama. Biden deported more than the two of them. Ultimately, deportations doesn't just fix the immigration problem. It doesn't fix the slow process that then encourages illegal immigration. If people want to work, people will find a place to work. Brute says tariffs punish cheaters that use child labor. If we want to end... again, brother, I'm not saying I don't want American manufacturing. I want American manufacturing, and Biden was doing that. Whether you like Biden or not, we saw that. If we want to have a trade deal, it's my position that every trade deal we include should have a provision that says any trade being done with the United States, any factory that's making a product that will be sent to the United States, must live up to certain labor standards, including not having child labor, including safety standards. But in general, we're gonna need to not destroy the economy by putting tariffs on every single item across the board. Austin, Trump says he wants a wall with an even bigger door. That's fine. That's not a policy though. Number one, he didn't even build the fucking wall. And number two, one door, everybody's gonna... We have this perspective that immigration is literally like a fucking line to a Disney World fucking ride. It's not a fucking line. It's not a physical line. It's a long process with a lot of waiting, with a lot of delays, but people will come here if they need to work. As a family from illegal immigrants, I agree somewhat with your statement, but on immigrants in the workforce, but I believe it's not healthy for a country to depend on immigrants. Depending on immigrants is an interesting way to say it. It's not a dependence on immigrants. The economy of every country depends on a stable immigration process and a reasonable immigration process. Because if you just have no immigrants coming in, you look at certain European countries, you look at Japan, you look at China, and they both have a situation where they're going to get their... If you look at the population graph, the age graph, they're going to sit in a situation where you have like the young people here, the old people here. It's going to become this fucking mushroom shape. And it's going to be a smaller youth workforce that has to care for and provide for the older workforce here when it comes to like the social safety net, their pensions, and so on and so forth. That's not a situation you want to be in. And the reason why America is not going to end up in that situation is we continue to be a destination where people want to come. So not only do people give birth, but of course we have immigration. So we're going to continue for now, unless, say Trump bans all immigration and mass deports everybody. If we continue having immigration, which I believe we will, whether Trump supporters like it or not, we're going to have a situation where we have an upside down mushroom, where we have a good amount of people in the workforce taking care of an older people. And in general, with time, that tends to grow, and it will continue being this triangular shape. And that's how it's supposed to be. A wall, we're talking about a wall. A wall doesn't do much, bro. People come into this country illegally through legal ports of entry. They come as tourists. They come through a fucking airport. They come through a port, and they stay. Austin saying, my fence does a pretty good job at keeping my dogs in. That's your fucking fence. Your fence doesn't have fucking airplanes going through it. Lex Luthor says, Elon Musk Nazi salute was crazy. It was. And all the conservatives being like, no, guys, he's just autistic. He's just autistic. I know autistic people that aren't doing Nazi salutes just casually. Okay? Much less the richest guy in the world at the fucking inauguration. He's autistic. His hyperfixation is fucking Hitler. But listen, bro, did you see the Spanish website message? No, I didn't see the Spanish website message. But going back to the kind of point earlier, in a way, every country is dependent on a stable and reasonable immigration system. And if someone is clean and willing to work, we should be willing to accept them. Because they only add to this country. And there's many places in this country that are dying. That people are leaving. That we need a surge of people in there. Because those are the people that'll work. Those are the people that pay taxes. And those will bring up many, many, many localities, municipalities, and so on and so forth. Like, America needs that in a lot of fucking places. Not all of us can live in Los Angeles or New York or any of the major cities, right? Not all of us can live in the suburbs. There are many more parts in rural America that are dying right now. Maybe they were former industrial areas that have lost a bunch of people over the years, and they fucking need people today. Well, I don't necessarily want open borders. I want reasonable things, like people that are criminals should be able to be deported easily. And we can only deport criminals easily if we have a fast and efficient system. If we put a tremendous amount of money into processing these people, into hiring workers to process these people. Fleet says, so what are you doing? Go and work. I love these fucking things. These motherfuckers will come to a stream happening at like 12 a.m., 1 a.m. And they'll be like, what are you doing currently right now? You're streaming. Why aren't you working your job? It's almost like people go to work during the fucking day. Come on. Austin says, we need competent workers badly. I own a small business and employ people there. Nobody wants to work. And the people here are not willing to work, willing to learn. Yeah, no, I mean, the thing is this. A lot of Americans, this is not like, I'm not pulling some Vivek shit where I'm like, oh, Americans, they want to be the fucking jocks in movies. They don't have the priorities. They have like fucking Asian parents forcing them to be, academic scholars or whatever, right? But like, we do in American culture, a lot of Americans, based on being here, we don't want to work in fields. We don't want to work these generally strenuous jobs. But there's a good amount of people across the world that do want to work in there. And by the way, those people shouldn't be treated like fucking slaves. They should be having the same labor benefits and labor protections as every other American worker by becoming a legal citizen. Because as it stands right now, if you're a fucking field worker in the Western United States and you're working in a field, you're doing some real hard, important work. You're getting the food on people's plates, and you're getting paid fucking nickels. And you don't have a union, you don't have labor protections because you stand up to your fucking boss, and they're gonna call fucking ICE on you. They could withhold your pay. They could be like, we gotta save for some money, so we're gonna pay you next week. Hold up, someone's calling in. Unknown.
Nick Pizza here. I just want to know why I should drop off the pizzas. I'm not sure. I can't quite find your house. Was it a road or was it a street? What exactly was it?
Yeah, okay, buddy.
Look,
Alright, so, yeah, no. The people working in the field, they should be able to have the same legal protections as every other American. The person says, Remain in Mexico policy will force future immigrants to take part of their own economies rather than ours. That's implying that every fucking immigrant is Mexican. Okay? And they're just gonna fucking stay in Mexico when their intention is the United States. They want to come to the United States. They want to work for us. You want to give all these fucking immigrants to Mexico? Okay, that'll boost the Mexican economy. This person says, exactly, I own a landscaping company and people in America think they're above manual labor. It's honest work. Exactly. Exactly. And, you know, the more people we get, because generally we continue to have, hold up. Same unknown guy. Let's pick up. I'm gonna entertain you for 5 seconds, but you better entertain me.
Hello?
1, 2,
Hey!
3, 4,
It's your neighbor.
5. Okay, buddy.
Yeah,
you
your
didn't do
neighbor.
it. All right. But yeah, no. What was I saying? Lost my train of thought. Yeah, a lot of Americans don't want to work in manual labor, and I understand it. I get it. Not everybody's built for it, but there's a lot of immigrants that want to. So we should help. We should help them get in here and get protected like everybody else. Get the same benefits. You know, there's a great statistic. I think it was 80% of illegal immigrants have been here for over 80 years, or excuse me, 10 years, a decade. So illegal immigrants get treated like criminals. Oh, they're doing violent crime. They're not doing violent crime. They commit less violent crime and just less crime in general than the typical American. And 80% have been here for over a decade working. Okay, it's the same unknown guy. Say something funny in 5 seconds or you lost, okay? 1, 2,
Yeah, I'm gonna be there
3,
in 10 minutes.
4,
Make sure you got the stuff.
5. It's the same fucking joke, dog. Oh my gosh. Be fucking funny. You're gonna say some silly shit. You're gonna call in and say some silly shit. You gotta be fucking funny. Alright? Funny. Humor. Alright, Joaquin says, I work in a field on my farm, but we do it as a batter system in my community. Interesting. I don't think it applies to every okay. Solar punk should be made into reality. Yeah. Hey, give me a large combo pizza. Yeah, true. If you have been working, contributing to society, I believe they should be allowed to stay. 100% agree. 100% agree. This person here says, BS, this guy hasn't been in California, South LA talking about crime. Brother, give me the statistic that shows immigrants or illegal immigrants commit more violent crime. I don't give a fuck about any anecdotes you saw. Oh my gosh, I saw a gang. Yeah, gangs exist everywhere. There's black gangs, there's white gangs, there's Hispanic gangs. Okay? But just because there's a fucking white gang does not mean I believe that we should be deporting all the fucking white people. What is contributing to society? Being here illegally, working in a field, working in an industry that you would never work because you're a pussy. Right? Yeah. Stealing Social Security. Illegal immigrants don't get Social Security. You have to be an American citizen to get Social Security. Well, come here, I'll show you in person. Give me a fucking stat, bro. I don't give a fuck. If you literally oh my gosh, here's a news report of an illegal immigrant committing a crime. That's not a statistic. Because there's a billion stories. For every one story you could give, I give you 10 fucking stories of an American citizen committing a crime against an American citizen. But I'm not saying that we start deporting white people or black people that have been born in America. The money they spend, the tax they pay, precisely. There's payroll tax for every paycheck they receive. That goes into Social Security, and they don't receive Social Security. For everything they fucking buy, there's a sales tax. I'm not saying open borders. I'm saying that we have a fast and efficient process so that those who want to work can work, and those that are criminals should be deported. But you want to get the people fucking deported that deserve to be deported? You need to start hiring motherfuckers to work at the border. This person says, I have worked at a nursery. I don't know what the fuck your point is, saying you worked at a nursery. That makes you a fucking expert on immigration, saying untrue shit. My parents are illegal and they have been here for 20 years plus and they contribute to society greatly. Precisely. Again, 80% of undocumented people have been here for 10 years. What the fuck do you think they're doing? I'm assuming they're going to say, if you're a MAGA person, you're going to say, oh, well, they're committing crime, they're shooting people, they're doing drugs, they're sitting at home. But they're also, while being bums to society or something, they're also stealing all the jobs. It's a fucking contradiction. It's a fucking contradiction. Right? It's a contradiction that doesn't make any sense, but somehow the conservative pushes both. There's no reason why any motherfucker has to be here for 20 fucking years, working their ass off, and not guaranteed a fucking social security check. Reg, don't lie, you're unemployed. Yeah. You got a bit of an unemployed energy. You said I wouldn't do that type of work. Yeah, I said you wouldn't work in a fucking field. I didn't say you bring up a nursery. I didn't say you're not going to work in a nursery. Maybe you work in a nursery. I know a lot of people that work in nurseries. I know people that work in fucking old people homes and so on and so forth. I'm saying you're not going to work in a field. You said I have. Yeah, you're saying you have. Hear me? Am I back online? Hello? It seems I'm connected. Hello? I missed some stuff. Can you guys hear me all right? Am I back? Okay, I'm back. Alright. This person says, what the fuck is a tree nursery? A field of trees? Oh, well, you didn't say tree nursery. I don't know exactly your jobs, right? But a lot of Americans... Listen, maybe you would want to work in a field, but a lot of people don't. And while you're working in a field, you probably get the same labor protections that any American citizen does. I simply want everybody that works in the fucking field to be able to get that labor protection. Sorry about the lag, guys. I'm going to catch up now. Can you talk about the Panama Canal? Yeah. The Panama Canal is sovereign Panamanian territory in 2025. If we are to get it back, it will not be by the choice of the Panamanians. It'll be by force, either economic coercion or military coercion. And that's horrible. That's imperialism. And Donald Trump, who campaigned and people told me he's the fucking peace candidate. He's the peace candidate. He's the peace candidate. He spent so much of his time during the presidential transition just talking about all the countries he wants to invade. Yeah. Person says we should take it back. No, we shouldn't take it back. It's imperialism. What happened to peace? Austin says we should take it back. What happened to peace, guys? You see, this is the problem. You guys say you're anti-war, you're anti-war, you're anti-war. Trump's anti-war. That's what I was told by a lot of people, that he's anti-war. And there were some people that say, oh, Donald Trump's base, the MAGA base, they'll move away from Donald Trump when he starts warmongering, when he starts threatening other countries, when he starts doing imperialism. And unfortunately, it seems like with people, they want now, when he's doing the threats, when he's saying, we're going to take these countries, we're going to take these countries, and yes, the military is an option. Unfortunately, people don't care. The MAGA base doesn't care. Other people do. Other people don't want to go to war for some imperialist cause in the 21st century. But yeah. Austin says we built it and never should have given it back. You can have the point, you can have the perspective that we should have given it back, but we already gave it back. Okay? Wonderful. This is beautiful. This person says, I'm anti-foreign war intervention, not anti-conquest. Not anti-conquest. So instead of, I don't know, aiding a country that's defending itself, like say like Ukraine or whatever, right? Being invaded by another country, Russia, and one of the reasons we're supporting them is because we shouldn't normalize other countries just doing fucking land grabs, doing conquest. But you're saying, no, we shouldn't be helping foreign countries. We have to be invading countries. That's fucking insanity, bro. That's fucking insanity. If they join America, they'd be better off, brother. That's what every fucking imperialist said in all of fucking history. Every single war has a justification. That doesn't actually mean it's justified. But every single warmongerer will justify it. There's a difference between taking something by force, military invasion, and making a business deal. Yes, it's called... the Panamanians don't want to do it. The Canadians don't want to do it. The people in Greenland don't want to do it. So you're telling me that they're just going to suddenly want to do it. Why are they going to suddenly want to do it? Are they going to just have a change of heart? It's emotions. They'll be swayed. Come on. Donald Trump was directly asked, would you rule out using military force? He said no. He is willing, he has said openly, he's willing to use the military to invade. Take back land. De Leon, we don't have legal rights over Panama. What's your profile picture? Is this fucking don't have legal rights over Panama? What's your profile picture? Oh no, that's just legal rights. That's over Panama. That's just you. I don't know. But yeah. Even Russia agreed. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Yes, Russia is definitely the authority that we need to seek when it comes to invading land. Yep. Mike says, we built it, dummy. Yeah, sovereign Panamanian land. We gave it fucking back in the 1970s. It's been 50 fucking years. If you were alive then and you're fucking seething at the idea of, oh my gosh, Jimmy Carter did this 50 fucking years ago. Maybe it's time to move on. It's been a long time. It's someone else's fucking country. It belongs to them now. Hitler gave the justification. Oh, we used to own this part of Czechoslovakia. Oh, we used to own this part of Poland. Oh, we used to own Austria. There's German speakers. There's German people. So it's justified. Every single war has justification. Oh, We Cook says, watch your language, Sparky. Listen, old man. This is a fucking YouTube stream. I don't know who the fuck you are being like, oh my gosh, bad words. You support Donald Trump, dog. You support Donald Trump. Hoodbully says, too bad we take what we want. Blue-eyed gang gang. Okay, so I guess he's referring to the German shit I was talking about. Again, I was told that MAGA is pro-peace. Cenk Uygur is out here saying, that's what makes MAGA different. MAGA will break with Trump if he starts doing military invasion. That's bullshit. And I'm seeing it right now. Regular MAGA people in this country, in this chat, out here supporting war, out here supporting military invasions. The Panama Canal was built and gifted to Panama and is being occupied by China. Remember, we lost 6,000 people building it, so we're taking it back from China. It's not occupied by China. China uses it like multiple different countries, including ourselves, use it, pushing trade through the Panama Canal. You can't just make a justification that, oh, actually, this country owns it, so this country that doesn't own it actually owns it, so we have to invade it. That's fucking ridiculous. Hood Billy says, we want the smoke real bad. Yes, you do. Because you are warmongers. You're warmongers. And one of you guys said, Russia says it's alright. Yeah, Russia. This person says, I pray that you find Jesus. Your words have meaning, but when you're disrespectful, no one will listen. Yeah, I'm talking to fucking warmongers, so I'm going to talk however I fucking want to warmongers, alright? I'm going to put you on hold for a second, okay? I don't know how to tell you this, but when you start a fucking war, people will die. That's a guarantee. You start a war, people die, that's on you. Right? Go fuck yourself. I don't need to fucking respect people that believe in starting wars and killing people. Thou shalt not kill is the first thing said in the 10 Commandments. Kiro Play says, are you half Filipino? Yes. Thou shalt not kill is the first thing that is said. Okay. 760 area code. What's on your mind? 760 area code. 760 area code. 760.
Yeah, can you hear me or not?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
So are you the guy that's on the screen right now?
Yes, I'm the guy. What's on your mind?
So you're a Trump hater, right? So you think the Panama Canal? What do you know about the history of the Panama Canal? What do you know about it?
We built it and we gave it back in the 70s, and it's been part of Panama for 50 years. We did, America. Yeah, I understand.
So what?
So does that mean we can just invade any other country that has previous history? So can Russia invade Belarus, Kazakhstan, Finland? Can Germany invade Poland? Can France invade half of Africa? Can Britain invade the United States? There's history of them owning these places. There's history of them building shit there. So does that justify invasion? Answer the question. It's a simple thing. Does history justify invasions?
Well, hey, listen, dipshit. You don't get.
It's a simple question.
When I'm trying to make
no, I can. I can actually mute you too. So answer the question. Does owning something previously mean you can invade it? When a sovereign country owns it now.
Who said anything? Will you shut the fuck up and listen to me? Who said anything?
I'm asking you a question.
Dipshit.
Donald Trump was specifically asked would he rule out military action. And he said he will not rule out military action. So if Panama says no, what do you think happens?
Has Donald... Hey,
if Panama says no, what happens?
Has Donald Trump ever used military action anywhere except to take out one guy? Huh?
Increased drone strikes 432%.
No,
supported a genocide in Yemen. So did he not increase drone strikes 432%?
No.
He did. You want to do some research? You want to do some research? You want to do some research? You want to? So wait. Hold on. Let's stick to one thing. Let's stick to one thing. So your claim is that Donald Trump did not increase drone strikes 432%.
Drone strikes over what? Over what percentage? Over what? Over what Obama did? No.
Yes, he increased from Obama's era in the first 2 years 432%.
What's your source, video game boy?
All right.
What's your source?
Here. This is a
video game boy.
Video game boy.
Video game boy. With 50,
with
50 people watching him like a fucking loser.
You're mad. U.S. drone strikes have gone up 432% since Donald Trump took office. When he was in office, President Barack Obama earned the ire of anti-war activists for expanding the Bush drone war. The Nobel Peace Prize winning head of state ordered 10 times more drone strikes than the previous president. Estimates of Obama's presidency showed 49 of 50 victims were civilians. In 2015, it is reported that 90% of the drone casualties were not the intended targets. So hold on, wait for it. Current President Donald Trump. Excuse me. Hold on. Hey, watch this. Watch this. What I can do. Watch this. You see that? You see that? I can shut you up at any time. We can have a conversation, or you can go home. Okay? So let's have a conversation. All right? Let's have a conversation. I didn't finish my sentence. Okay? I was getting to my source. You asked me for a source. I was directly answering your question. Okay? According to the analysis from Micah Zenko, an analysis with the Council on Foreign Relations, Trump has marked increased U.S. drone strikes since taking office. Zenko, who reported earlier year,
the Council on Foreign Relations.
Yeah. So do you think those people are anti-Trump? Do you think those people are anti-Trump?
Of course they are.
So here. Yeah. So Donald Trump's not the establishment. Okay. So what differs between Donald Trump's policy on Saudi Arabia? What differs between Donald Trump's policy on Saudi Arabia than George W. Bush?
Listen, schmuck, where are you going? Listen, moron.
Listen, old man, I'm asking you a simple question. You're saying that he's not establishment? Then why does he act like the establishment?
Why do you keep shifting the goalpost?
Why does he act like the establishment?
You have no idea how old I am?
Why did he... I don't give a fuck about how old you are, okay? So why did Donald Trump do the same exact policy as George W. Bush? Why did he increase drone strikes? Why did he support the Saudi genocide in Yemen? You understand what was happening in Yemen during Donald Trump's term, right?
Video game.
Do you know? Are you aware? I don't think you're aware. I don't think you know.
Hey, listen, Trump.
I don't think you know.
If
you don't know, you can just say you don't know.
He's a non-interventionist.
Why did he take $100 million? Why did he take $100 million from Sheldon Adelson and gave Sheldon Adelson everything he wanted when it came to Israel? He criticized Marco Rubio for taking money from Sheldon Adelson and being a puppet. Why did he then take the money from Sheldon Adelson? If he's anti-establishment.
I don't know.
Okay.
He is anti-establishment.
So then why did he then take money from Mary M. Adelson?
You got me. I don't know.
Okay. So he's taking that money from these people that want specific requests when it comes to Israel. He gave Israel every single thing they wanted, including taking Syrian territory, the Golan Heights.
Well, why wouldn't he? Why wouldn't
he let Israel take foreign land?
Why don't you let me finish?
Why wouldn't he let Israel? Why wouldn't he Why wouldn't he let Israel take another country's land? Syria, Golan Heights. It's Syrian territory, and Israel can just take it.
Well, they didn't take. They took it. How did they take it exactly? You tell me.
They occupied it. They put their military there.
How? That's right.
But you put your military there.
They fight back and
they're fighting back.
They fight back. They take things.
What was Israel at war with Syria, or was Syria at war with itself? Syria was in a civil war at war with itself. Israel took the opportunity of instability and took the land.
That's fine.
That's fine. You could just take other countries' land.
Well,
all right.
Historically,
So
owns that land.
what about Saudi Arabia? Okay. Why did Donald Trump let Saudi do their genocide in Yemen?
Arabia.
Why did he let them do a genocide? You're saying he's a peace guy. Why did he let them do the genocide?
So you want military intervention from the U.S.?
No, I'm against us sending weapons to Saudi Arabia to commit a genocide. So why did Donald Trump let Saudi Arabia do a genocide in Yemen? Why did Donald Trump allow a genocide in Yemen if he's a peacemaker?
He's not the world police either.
Yeah, but he is the president of the United States. He is the president. Excuse me. Hold on. He's the president of the United States. He can have a decision-making factor on where our weapons are going. Why did he send American weapons to Saudi Arabia?
Impossible to talk to.
Tell me why, though, since he's a peace guy.
I'm not your wife. You can't.
Why did he send weapons to Saudi Arabia to support a genocide?
Listen.
You don't even know what you're supporting because you think he's the peace guy. You're claiming he's the peace guy, but he supported genocide in Saudi Arabia and he just rage quitted. Son of a bitch. You dumb motherfucker. Oh, he didn't increase drone strikes 432%. During Obama president's first 2 years, he approves 542 strikes in 2,920 days. 5.4, one every 5.4 days. From his inauguration, and this is just 2 years into his presidency, Donald Trump has approved at least 36 strikes or raids in 45 days. 1.25 days. One every 1.25 days. An increase of 432%. Why did Donald Trump support the Saudi genocide in Yemen when he could have stopped selling weapons when there was a bill on his desk from Bernie Sanders and Republican Mike Lee that said, we're not going to give weapons to Saudi Arabia? Why did he then continue to give weapons to Saudi Arabia? He vetoed the bill and he continued to send weapons to Saudi Arabia. It's simple corruption, motherfucker. Jared Kushner got $2 billion from Saudi Arabia after the first Trump presidency. And Donald Trump has received a ton of money through his hotels, through his business, through the Live Golf Tour from the Arabs. But he's the pro-peace guy. We're so pro-peace that he's supporting invading Panama, invading Canada, invading Greenland, invading Mexico. They're not even talking about if we should do warfare in Mexico. They are simply talking about the extent of how much should we bomb Mexico. And Hoodbilly right here is simply cheerleading the wars. So you got people like the guy that called in that said Trump's a peacemaker. He's the peace candidate. He's not going to do any military thing. He's anti-intervention. He's anti-establishment. And then you have Trump supporters saying, no, we're going to invade everybody. The person says the cartel. Yes, designating the cartel as a terrorist group is making it so that we are legally allowed to bomb Mexico under U.S. law. It's the war on terror bullshit. We don't even need to declare war on Mexico to do warfare in Mexico. Things that Mexico is saying they do not want. So you start dropping bombs in a country that does not want to be bombed, you're telling me that's okay? So somebody can designate, say, the Ku Klux Klan, a terrorist group in the United States. Say Mexico and Canada do that. Can Mexico and Canada just bomb us and we don't fucking respond? Tell me that. It's a simple question. Should Mexico be allowed to bomb us because we have the Ku Klux Klan and other white supremacist groups in this country, right? They can designate those groups a terrorist group and they should be able to legally bomb us based on your fucking logic. Mexico simply says we do not want US bombs in this fucking country. Hoodbilly is saying take Mexico. There you go. Because that's what all you MAGA fucks believe. Imperialism and war. Warmongering. It's the reason why you fucking Republicans, you supported invading Iraq. You started the fucking Iraq war. They could try to bomb us and they would get leveled immediately. Let's just be clear. Mullen, just to understand this, you're saying it would be morally justifiable, say if Mexico declared let's say a white supremacist group, a terrorist group, and they start bombing them in the United States, and the U.S. says, no, we don't want that, so then we can fucking invade Mexico. So if the United States starts doing that to, say, the cartel, and Mexico's like, listen, we don't want you bombing our country, now they're legally allowed to invade us, say they get a grand coalition, the China, Mexico, Canada, all these motherfucking countries, Russia, and they start invading the U.S., you would say that that's morally justified. Weecook says, just curious, are you of the homosexuality kind, and do they allow in China? Ask your daddy, bro. Ask your pops. Again, you guys can't pretend to be anti-war when you just support war. Mullen says, hello, question mark, question mark, question mark. Mexico would never declare war on us or anyone. Your hypothetical is nonsense. I'm asking about morally. Because if we're morally justified to then declare war on them if they bombed us for having terrorist groups here and white supremacist groups here, if they classified them as terrorists, you're saying it would be morally justified for us to invade them. So would it be morally justified for them to invade us and kill Americans and so on and so forth? I want no war. Doesn't matter if it's moral or not. It's going to happen. So it's going to happen that we're going to bomb a country that does not want to be bombed. Right? That's just going to happen, so it doesn't matter. Steven says, weak war morals as you lie. Interesting. Yes, it would be justified, but the KKK doesn't inflict harm on Mexican society. Well, hey, if you want to talk about harm on Mexican society, let's say they declare American gun manufacturers as a terrorist group, because so much of the guns going to the cartels are coming directly from America. We have so much guns here, a surplus here, that it goes to Mexico all the time. That's one of the big problems, geopolitical problems that Mexico faces. So can they bomb the gun companies here? Because there's harm to the Mexican people because of our companies. 270 area code, you're on. 270 area code. 270 area code. Hello?
Hello?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. What's on your mind?
Yeah, I was just, I wanted to have a discussion about what you was speaking about.
1 second. Let me just switch my network real quick so I can try to be, make sure the calls ring a little well. I'll call you right back, alright? I'm gonna switch network. Because I don't know that guy, if he was just speaking. Hello, 760 area code. Oh wait, no, you're the wrong person, my bad. $270, that's who I was calling back. 270 area code, you're on.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you clearly.
Awesome. I was just wanting to engage inside of the conversation that you was having. I thought it was pretty interesting.
Yeah. Any questions in particular?
If you want to, we can start on Mexico. Like you brought up some of the cartels being.
1 second, I'm gonna put someone on hold. I'm gonna put you on hold. Stay on the line. All right, you were saying?
Oh, but you spoke about some of the you talked about the cartel organizations being reclassified as foreign domestic terrorist organizations, correct?
Yeah. Yep.
And you disagree with that?
I disagree with that because it's the pretense to starting the bombings that they've been already talking about.
Well, would you agree that that an organization that has that is armed to the teeth, as if they were a military of their own, operating outside of their own country, bringing in fentanyl, killing thousands and thousands of people, just a small little amount of this substance can kill people, and they're bringing it across the border? Would that not be...
Well, most fentanyl is being brought in by American citizens, not by the cartel, right? So I understand that we have to deal with the drug problem. I understand that we have to deal with the cartel problem. But dealing with the cartels has to be done in collaboration with Mexico. What they're doing right now, the practical reason why they're declaring them a terrorist group, is that they can do military operations against them, with or without Mexico's permission to do it in their own country. And that includes things like bombing and so on and so forth. It's like the war on terror. The war on terror, we're not declared war on a specific country, but we can do certain actions because we're doing it to fight terrorism. We declared them terrorists, so now we can do certain actions that we would normally need to a justification or a declaration of war. And that's the problem. I'm not interested in bombing Mexico when they specifically said they don't want to be bombed, you know?
I think that anybody ever talked like that about Mexico, and I've never heard anybody even mention invading Mexico like I've heard you say multiple times. All I've heard is
well, it's been talked about.
And excuse me.
It's been talked about for a while.
Yeah, I haven't heard anybody talk about anything about the Mexican government or Mexico as a country. I've heard people talk about the criminal organizations that are armed to the teeth, and the Mexican government themselves combat these same exact cartels that is terrorizing some of.
Yes, but they have said that
towns.
they do not want any U.S. military action, like bombing and so on and so forth, and that will cause a serious problem with them if we do so. They already responded to him a long time ago. This was proposed. This was one of the big topics in the Republican primary, if you remember. I remember the debate. They were talking very casually about military action against Mexico. I'm seeing an article here from July. Trump proposed bombing Mexico.
They didn't talk. You said what?
I'm seeing an article here from July of Trump proposing bombing Mexico. Trump suggested firing missiles at Mexico during his presidency, asked advisors for a battle plan against the cartels last year, recently proposed sending special operators to assassinate drug kingpinners. The idea of war in Mexico is popular among the Republican elite. Obviously, that's when the other Republicans that were running against Trump, they were also supporting the concept. And at this point, they're not even talking about if they should. They're talking about what is the extent of their plan. Here's an article from 2023, last year or 2 years ago. Either way, if it's special forces or bombing, if we're doing military action, we justify it because we designate them as a terrorist group against Mexico's permission. That's a violation of their sovereignty.
Well, I can't find anything that is proven that anybody has mentioned bombing the country of Mexico.
Okay, let me look for the source in those articles for you. I gotcha. So this is during his presidency. Of course, it's the New York Times, so they got a paywall. This is the battle plan. This is from Rolling Stones back in 2023. This is sending special operators. This is also reported by Rolling Stones. Again, this is also reporting specifically on what Donald Trump has been saying. So, like, they're reporting based on his words. And yes, it is popular among the elite. They were talking about it during the debate. Not just Donald Trump, but many Republican politicians. And listen, I do remember the debate back in 2023, sort of, and I remember that they were talking about primarily targeting drug labs that were
connected and proven to be transporting drugs into the United States of America, killing thousands and thousands of American citizens.
Yeah. Well, again, they would need Mexico's permission to do anything like that.
And it wasn't brought up. It wasn't anything that anybody was die hard about or anything like that. It was just a topic that was brought up, and that was what was surrounding that information. So you got to kind of tell the full story. You make it sound like they were talking about targeting cities or something like that.
I understand that they're talking about bombing the cartels, right? But you need to respect a sovereign country's decision if you're bombing in their territory. And the purpose of designating
bombing, there's multiple different
it's not just bombing. If you sending special forces as well.
Strike someone with there's different type of capabilities that we have that don't include bombing. So whenever someone says they can strike these locations that don't always include a bomb in combustion form. The way that you may think.
Well, that's a fair point, but my position is any military action in a sovereign country needs the permission of that sovereign country before doing so. And Mexico has denied. Mexico is not interested in U.S. military.
No, I don't disagree with you all the way on that at all. I don't disagree with you on that. I believe that there should be most definitely negotiations, and if Mexico, it's not something that should be forcefully done. I don't believe in that. I believe that it should be jointly done together and worked out and planned and things like that. And if one side don't go for it, then there should be more negotiations and things of that nature. I don't believe in forcefully going. Yeah, I agree with you on that.
I'm glad that we do agree on that, though. I'm glad we do agree on that because, unfortunately, this is the thing with MAGA. I'm not specifically talking about you. I'm just talking about the base as a whole. You look at the chat, and it's not like this chat of mine is a bunch of these, like, it's not like they're Republican donors. It's not like these are just regular people, right? But then you see the way they talk about it. This guy's saying that bro's argument is that you need Mexico's permission to attack. Yeah, you do. It's in their country. But of course, we can get away with breaking the rules. And the unfortunate thing is, I'm not talking about you, but these people in the chat, most of MAGA, will support violating the rules, using the terrorist designation to do whatever action we want, even without respecting another country's sovereignty, because they support the guy no matter what, right? So, like, that's my problem. I agree with a lot of these Trump supporters when they say they don't want war during the campaign, but a lot of them are now suddenly sounding like the same warmongers they were condemning. Remember, it was Bush that used terrorism as a way of bombing these countries without declaring war, And Donald Trump was supposed to be anti-Bush, anti-Dick Cheney.
Well, we found a little bit of common ground right there. Is there anything else that you would like to discuss?
Oh, honestly, I think that's a great place to end it. I love ending on agreement.
Well, that's awesome.
It's unifying. All right, brother.
That's what unity is.
Yes. Hey, you have a good night, all right? You were very respectful, and I respect that.
You too. Thank you. God bless you.
You too. You see that, folks? You can have an agreement with people of the other side. It can happen. Now let's see what the chat is. Autistic laugh intensifies. Yes, laughing is now bad. Mexico will have to comply with the use of the Mexican government cannot control the cartel. The cartel will most likely never meet and negotiate with us. This is how communication works, people. Yes, unless you disagree. Yeah, I mean, if you disagree, you make it clear the disagreement. What do you think? If someone disagrees with you, do you want them to fucking lie to your face and be like, oh no, I actually agree with you, when they fucking disagree with you and then they talk behind your back about the disagreements? It's called being real. Darren says, the world is mine, said Tony Montana. Trump is just following his footsteps. Brother, if you're basing your foreign policy off a fucking movie, you're crazy. You're crazy. This person saying, manifest destiny, you cannot stop it. Again, OG Luster, I'm glad that you are making it clear that you are an imperialist, you support imperialism, You support war. I never want any of you MAGA motherfuckers to come in here and be like, Donald Trump is anti-war, when you have a fucking audience, when your base are the ones cheerleading war. It was people like you guys that supported the Iraq war. That were fans of Glenn Beck as he was demagoguing around the country doing rallies in support of the Iraq war. This person here, Store MC, says, source that please, the U.S. can't attack a designated foreign terrorist group based on foreign country sovereignty. Thank you. If a person declared any institution in the United States a terrorist group and they bombed us, I would have a problem with that. And you would also likely have a problem with that. This person says, Mexico never had the balls to do anything but America support. They will most definitely will. Mexico has been doing their actions. It's not as easy as just boom, 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 shoot more gun. And if they say no to Americans doing military action, they say no to Americans. I think Leo is having a conversation with himself right now. He's like yelling, all caps. Oh, he looks like he's in the military. Well, I appreciate your service, and I hope you don't die in Mexico or Panama or Greenland. Because the most disrespectful thing you could do to fucking soldiers is to send them off to war to die. Tony says, join the army. Why the fuck would I join the army if I'm not interested in going to fucking war with all these fucking imperialist bullshit that you guys are supporting? Stewart said foreign. No, brother. I am simply putting your logic and reversing it. You're saying we can designate a foreign group as a terrorist group and we can bomb it even if it's in another country without their permission. So if somebody did that to us, if they applied your logic to us and they considered us a foreign country and there's a foreign terrorist group inside the United States, so we can go ahead and bomb Philadelphia or bomb Houston, I think Americans would have a fucking problem with that. Right? Right? Darren says, use them for that was the Democrats. You need to get your facts straight. Use them for the purpose. We'll leave them on the streets. I don't understand exactly what you're saying here. You're saying that the Democrats supported the Iraq war? I don't know if you know George W. Bush was a Republican. And by the way, you guys are proving to me that you're no different than the Republican Party of the 2000s supporting the Iraq war. And that's unfortunate. OG Luster says, I was in the Marine Corps and it was very fun. If I wasn't disabled, I'd be down AF. I'm glad you're fucking disabled, okay? Respectfully. Because you sound like a very sick person where you're seeking out war and you're defending the idea of war, alright? I'm glad you're not in the fucking military. You dumb motherfucker. Mexico's president seeks to reform a lot of the government, resulting in less corruption, which means less cartel influence. Secluded, 100% agree with you. Claudia Sheinbaum is great. Same with AMLO. Molin says you're a coward. What? Because I don't want to fucking die in imperialist wars? The fuck are you talking about? War is useful sometimes. Yes, we should do imperialism because it's useful. You know, it would be useful for every fucking country to take over the fucking world, to kill their neighbors, to take their land, to take their resources. But you know what? Utility doesn't always justify war. OG Luster is now pushing some anti-Semitic shit. Alright. That's who you are. That's MAGA. Moreland says, we are not 100% anti-war. You made that very clear. You're not even fucking 2% anti-war. Okay? Leo says, I'm going to be laughing with my VA percentage while Uncle Sam if... Okay, I think you meant is, but you can't type real right. Well, Uncle Sam, if draft sending hounds to find you for the draft. I ain't gonna fight for no fucking war. The fact that you believe that we should be drafted to fight imperialist wars shows that you're disgusting. You're disgusting. You don't give a fuck about soldiers. You want soldiers to go die for Trump. You want soldiers to go die to expand territory. You want to kill fucking civilians in Mexico. You don't give a fuck how many civilians die. Shower with me your disgust. Yeah, go jerk off. Go come to it. You're fucking disgusting. Happy Viking says, I'd happily sign up to fight for Mexico. No, you wouldn't, you dumb bitch. Frontline fodder then. Yes, you would. All these people saying, I want to fight, I want to fight, I want to fight. You don't know fucking war. You don't know fucking war. Oh, it was fun. Yeah, go lose some people that you know. You were the type that would have argued against the Revolutionary War, Civil War, and both world wars. Who was the president that was pushing for us to get involved in World War II? Who are the isolationists? Y'all are the ones that are okay with Russia expanding into Ukraine. And the idea of even just sending aid, not even saying we got to get involved, you're anti that. And I guarantee you, right now, they're going to be like, oh, you support Ukraine, you support Ukraine, you support Ukraine, because you guys hate Ukraine, even though it's a country being invaded by another country, but you most likely dislike it because you love the idea of bigger countries invading smaller countries because you love imperialism. It's nuanced, Mullen Lab. I think that countries should be able to defend themselves. Poland had a right to defend themselves against Nazi Germany. The North had a right to defend themselves against the Southern Confederacy doing a revolt. But any invasion of Panama, Mexico, Greenland, Canada is not us defending ourselves. Oh, it's interesting. Molin here is talking about Ukraine, I guess. He's anti-Ukraine defending themselves, but he's for us invading other countries. It makes me realize, or makes me think, maybe the reason you're against Ukraine is because you support the idea of bigger countries getting to do imperialism. Jesse says Ukraine falls, the entire G7. Yes, exactly. If Ukraine falls, the next country bordering it, either Russia or a Russian-influenced country, will be Poland. And if they invade Poland, we legally have to get involved, based on rules that we wrote as Americans. Brenda says, another greaseball Diddy-crat. Brenda, Donald Trump was Diddy's friend. You want to hear what Donald Trump had to say about Diddy? I'll play it for you. Trump, Diddy. Right here.
Working for Diddy for 6 years. Working for Diddy for 6 years trained me to have to be perfect.
Working for Diddy.
Absolutely.
I love Diddy. You know, he's a good friend of mine. He's a good guy.
He expects.
Is he a good guy?
I don't want to answer that question.
Oh, wow. I think he's a good guy. I'm going to stick up for him.
Working for.
Matt says, no, he wasn't. You guys are still going to deny it. After this guy said, he's a good guy, I'm going to stick up for him. The woman literally was like, I don't want to answer that if he's a good guy. If you were in Hollywood and you personally knew Diddy, you fucking knew what he was up to. But you'll find an excuse. You'll find an excuse. You'll find an excuse. You'll always have an excuse. Always have an excuse. When Donald Trump says that Jeffrey Epstein likes him young, he didn't know he was a fucking pedophile. He just was talking about the CEO of Pedophilia Incorporated. Likes girls young. But he didn't know. I swear he didn't know. He didn't know because you liked the guy. Lol, random clips where Diddy wasn't mentioned was proof. Let me play it again. Maybe you're fucking deaf.
Working for Diddy for 6 years trained me to have to be perfect.
Working for Diddy.
Absolutely.
I love Diddy. You know, he's a good friend of mine. He's a good guy.
He expects.
Is he a good guy?
I don't want to answer that
Oh,
question.
wow. I think he's a good guy. I'm going to stick up for him.
Working for Diddy for 6 years.
There was Diddy. There was a lot of Diddies in that sentence. There was a lot of Diddies in that sentence. Damon, what year was that? Diddy was doing his shit for years. He didn't fucking start his shit in 2021. And yes, Donald Trump had known Diddy's for years and years and years and years. Yes, he knew what fucking Diddy was up to. And this woman knew what Diddy was up to. That's why she didn't want to say Diddy was a good guy. Everybody fucking knew. Oh, it's 2012. He didn't know. I swear he didn't know. Come on. Leo says, I'd go on TV and say the same thing about you. Brother, you're trying to roast or whatever, you're not really making sense. Your guy's defending a pedophile. Yes, a lot of these fucking celebrities knew. It doesn't matter if the year was 2012. I don't care what the fucking year was. You can't accept the fact that Donald Trump knew. Just like he knew what Epstein was up to. Why do you guys think that Donald Trump said Epstein likes him young? What do you guys think that meant? Let's speculate for a moment. What did that mean? What did that mean? What did that mean? Court Romantic says him knowing is not a fact. So, Court Romantics, what did Donald Trump mean when he said Epstein, the CEO of pedophilia, the CEO of child rape? What did he mean when he said that Epstein likes him young? Why did he wish? Who's the Epstein's girl? I'm forgetting her name. Ghislaine Maxwell. Why did he wish Ghislaine Maxwell well? You guys aren't talking as much now. When y'all were defending the concept of war, you were more than willing to do it. You were more than willing to do it. Why did Trump stick his fingers in a female found guilty of sexual assault in court by a jury of his peers? I would also say colloquially that would be known as a word called rape. So, again, going back though, why did he say Diddy was a good guy? And why did he say that Epstein liked him young? What does Epstein liking him young imply? I'll focus on that. Why did he say Epstein liked him young? What do you mean by that? A guy known for his pedophilia. Why did he say Epstein liked him young? By the way, when did Epstein die? Oh, Epstein died in 2019 under Donald Trump. So I think, guys, do you think Jeffrey Epstein killed himself? I don't think he killed himself. So why did Jeffrey Epstein die under Donald Trump? How bizarre. How bizarre. Oh, boy. Who would have thought? Stinky says, remember, Trump said he would not release the Epstein files. Oh, I remember that clip. That was one funny clip. Hold on. Trump Epstein files, Fox News. It was a real funny fucking clip. Hold on. This was a real good fucking clip. Here you go.
If you were president, would you declassify, you can answer yes or no to these. Would you declassify the 9/11 files?
Yeah.
Would you
Quick, easy, fast. Yeah. Okay? Wait for it.
declassify JFK files?
Yeah.
Would you,
I did a lot of it.
Would you
I'm just curious. Do you guys hear the battery low in my headphones around? If so, I'm going to repeat it, okay? I'm going to repeat it. All right, listen.
If you were president, would you declassify, you can answer yes or no to these. Would you declassify the 9/11 files?
Yeah.
Would you
Quick.
declassify JFK files?
Yeah.
Fast.
Would you,
I did a lot of it.
Would you declassify the Epstein files?
Yeah, I would.
All right.
I guess I would. I think that
I guess I
so,
would.
Because
I think that
you
less
don't
so.
know you don't want to affect people's lives if it's phony stuff in there, because there's a lot of phony stuff
Yeah.
with that whole world. But I think I would, or at least
Do you think that would restore trust? Help restore trust?
Yeah, I don't know about Epstein so much as I do the others.
He doesn't know about Epstein as much. He doesn't know about Epstein. You don't know about Epstein, no. Now, Austin is trying to do team sports and say, why didn't Biden release it? I don't know why Biden didn't release it. So will Trump release it? It's day 3 now? Day 3. Let's release it. Let's release it. Let's release it. Let's release it, bro. Let's release it. He said, Jeffrey Epstein, I don't know so much. He said, yeah, because he was saying, yeah. He's like, wait a minute. I don't know. It could hurt some people. There's a lot of phony stuff. Now, Austin says it should be released. Austin, I agree with you completely. Release that shit. We should be in agreement. Release the Epstein files. 100%. This person here says, I'll keep posting this until you respond to it. What the fuck are you talking about, Marlon Lab? Erosia, are you an old woman with a name like that? Says, don't forget, criminal. Who's the fucking criminal? Me? What crime did I fucking commit? Erosia Smith. Why didn't Biden release the Epstein list? I don't know why Biden didn't release the Epstein list. But as far as I understand, Biden really doesn't have anything to do with Jeffrey Epstein. Donald Trump, on the other hand, does have a lot to do with Jeffrey Epstein. I would have loved for Biden to release the Epstein list. Biden should have done it. Will Trump do it? I would love to see it. Let's release it. Will he release it? Will he release it? I don't think he will, really. So going back to the question, though. Why did he say Epstein likes him young? What do you mean by that? Mullen says, ignoring me because you cannot answer. What am I ignoring? Coward. I posted it multiple times. Brother, there's a moving chat. You are not the main character, okay? Come on. Why Gideon Biden? Okay, but MAGA says he isn't the same and not the same establishment. Yeah, Biden should have, but yeah. Donald Trump should release it. Biden should release it. All of them should release it. Because you like them even younger. Matt, you're not answering your question why your guy said the CEO of Pedophile Incorporated likes him young. He knew. He knew. But you don't want to admit it, though. You don't want to admit it. Difference being, yours are boys. Oh, okay. Wait a minute. Whoa there, buddy. So I want to break this down, Matt. You're saying the difference being, I understand you're trying to accuse me of being Epstein. Meanwhile, Donald Trump was boys with Epstein, said Epstein liked him young, knew about the shit. But I guess you're saying Epstein liked girls, so therefore it's okay. So you're down for pedophiles being pedophiles as long as it's straight? Because personally, I'm just against pedophiles doing pedophilia, right? That's bad. So, you guys tell me the reason. I want to know. I want to simply know. Why did Donald Trump not say that Epstein likes him young? You guys can't answer this question. But you know what? I don't think you guys are willing to do it. Because it's not comfortable for your narrative, and y'all are narrative humpers. Narrative. And you guys can't get out of your narrative. Donald Trump's supposed to be this anti-establishment guy. Just happen to have Zuckerberg, Musk, Bezos all lined up behind him. Zuckerberg and Bezos gave him $1 million each to his fucking inauguration fund. You know? But he's anti-establishment. He's also anti-war until you guys support invading Mexico or Panama, Canada, Greenland. So you guys tell me, because I remember y'all were supporting the war just earlier. I don't want war to Mexico. I don't want to invade Panama. I don't want to invade Greenland. Are you guys for that? Rupert, have you ever fought for this country? Have I been in the military? No, and I have no interest in joining the military because the military is going to be sent out to do imperialist conflicts for Donald Trump. So fuck that. I'm not going to join the military. Oh, if I fought for my country. Maddie says, Panama, absolutely. Court Romantic says, what did Trump mean by young? What does Trump consider young? Yes. Always an excuse. Yeah. We're talking about the guy that was, again, emphasize, CEO of pedophilia. Mr. Pedophile, alright? He makes that fucking Subway guy look like nothing. Okay? And you say that guy likes him young. What did you mean? What did he mean? What did he mean, bro? Desi says, have a good night. I'll check in later. I'm probably going to head out too. But I appreciate you watching. Freedom says, I'm a combat vet. I voted against Trump. Thank you for your service. There's a lot of good veterans out there. There's a lot of good soldiers out there. And the most respectful thing you can do to our armed forces is to not send them out to war to die in imperialist conflicts. Rupert says, haha, get the hell out. Able-bodied and too weak and many other things to be here. Yes, yeah, we should all turn off our fucking brains and die for Donald Trump. Courtroom says, still not answering a question. Again, brother, it's a moving chat. I'm responding to multiple people. The past 20 comments, 15 were from me, yet you can't see them. Again, there's other people here. I don't think you actually counted because there's multiple people here. Even though the screen that I'm seeing here, I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 2 of them were sent from you. Okay? Just Me says, idiotic. Your information is made up. Do some research before this BS. Woman, please prove me wrong. Show me where I'm wrong. Show me where I'm wrong. Jason says, I want to serve, but I got the bone spurs. Yes, I have bone spurs too. That's why I'm not in the military. Yeah, I love fucking Mullen is like crying about me not answering his question. He's refusing to type the fucking question. You expect me to go back just for you? You think you're a main character? Like, just admit you don't want to talk to the bro? I don't know what you're talking about. But I'm waiting for that question, Mullen. Hugh Hefner liked him young, too. Says Stan with Texas. Stan with Texas, I saw you invading military invasions, too, so you're an imperialist as well. Mullen says, you are just a coward, and is refusing to type the question again. I'm actually genuinely confused. I posted the question 50 times. Alright, bro. I'm not gonna fucking answer your question. I don't see it, dog. Just type it out. You can type that you're a fucking coward. You didn't fucking answer my question. And you can't even type the fucking question. OG Luster says imperialism is goated. Of course, that's the obvious MAGA supporter. What questions that you're mad? Yep. It's obvious. What's obvious? The question he's asking? I can't. It's not obvious unless I see the question. But yes, OG Luster is out here representing the MAGA core, right? Corn Pop says, why are you not answering? Send a question, bro. OG Luster says, what camp do we need to put this one in? Yes. Yes, lovely. Put people in camps. Make that your policy platform, you dumb fucks. I mean, shit, Elon's doing the fucking Seek Hail. So, y'all can probably put that on your platform. It's just another fucking Tuesday. Takes a dump is getting mad. You're mad, that's an obvious dummy. No one wants to hear you. OG Luster says Flappy Bird Camp. ASDF says I'd love to see you debate Charlie Kirk or Ben Shapiro and get educated. I did debate Ben Shapiro. Take it down says we own this country. Hold on, I want to see your face. Oh, ain't no way, bro. Dude, you're a little kid, bro. Oh no, wait, no, this is old videos. You're a grown ass man now. A little ugly though. Change your profile picture, bruh. Austin says, do you believe in God? I'm curious. Yeah, I'm a Christian. It's one of the reasons why I'm against war. It's one of the reasons why I'm against killing people. Unlike Julian here, says, now with Trump, Manifest Destiny was good. Revisionist history. Oh yeah, they're talking about the Trump supporters. Did he tell you his wife's a doctor? He didn't tell me that. When I told Ben, I sat down. I'm like, I'm the only one in the room shorter than you. It was a nice little roast. I joked on him, but I joked on myself. It was a respectful roast. But Kamala and Obama were screenshotted with their arm up too. Joe Blow says, yeah. Mullen says, I'm calling. No, you're not. I had the fucking shit pulled up. Oh, wait a minute. Sorry, I put on Do Not Disturb because I wasn't taking calls. Okay, go call now, buddy, okay? We'll do one more call. One more call. Jordan, I saw you put some sus shit before. Are you, like, legitimately anti-Semitic? Because I've seen you before. You said some sus shit, but I thought you were, like, being a little edgy. 765, what? You're on. Oh, wait, you're anti-Semitic? Alright.
Mullen Lava.
Molten Lava, all right. I'm not talking to you real quick. I'm talking about that Jordan Smith guy. Jordan, we had a decent conversation, I think, but unfortunately, you gotta go, buddy. Sorry. I don't like no Hitler shit. All right, 765. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about somebody else.
Yep.
All right, what's on your mind, buddy? Hello?
All right. So you were saying, and you kept jumping off to a different topic. You were talking about Mexico and the cartels.
Wait, hold on. Repeat yourself.
So my
Sorry.
question-
Hold on, buddy. Repeat yourself because my headphone made a battery low sound.
My question was about the cartels and
Yeah.
how you think that it's wrong for America to have any kind of intervention against the cartels, because you keep obfuscating and saying that we're going to bomb Mexico. That was never said that we're just going to start randomly bombing suburbs of Mexico. That's freaking ridiculous.
So I think any military action. Hold on.
Navy
Here,
SEAL
hold on.
team
Hold on. Here,
and
let me
woman
answer your question. Hold on. Let me answer your question. Hold on. All right. So I think
Okay,
any
you got
military
that,
action in a
okay.
foreign country. I think any military action in a foreign country, without the country's permission, is wrong. If somebody did that to the United States, we would be at war with them.
Okay,
Correct.
and I've tried to explain that the cartel doesn't give a shit and comes over to our country
Yeah.
and does whatever
Okay.
they want.
So you're
And
running
we
away
go,
from it.
"Hey,
Hold on. You're
Mexico,
getting really
hold on,
angry.
hold on."
You're getting really angry. I need you to calm down a little bit if
You're
you want to have a
not listening.
conversation.
Okay.
I need you to calm down. I need you
You're
to tone it
interrupting
down.
me. I was
You
fine,
need to
but
tone
you're
it down.
interrupting me.
You were going on for a real long time. If you go on too long, it's boring for me. So I'm gonna make it
Okay.
a little bit more concise. All right. So you're saying
If
that the
the
cartel is like a
cartels-
special thing, and we should just be able to do whatever
I'm
military
not
action
saying
we
that. I
want.
don't need you to strawman for me. Just let me finish
all
what I
right.
was
So
saying. I don't need you to strawman.
all right. Make it more concise, okay?
Okay. Mexico government doesn't stop cartel, therefore American government will. Was that
Okay, so wonderful. Here, so a country says that a group in the United States is not being effectively stopped by the United States, so they have to intervene. Whether that's by sending special forces or by sending bombs. So should they be allowed to do that in your view of the world?
Name me one group that isn't completely hypothetical.
I'm testing. This is a hypothetical, right? The ability to process hypotheticals is part of being a intelligent
Right. Yeah,
individual.
also a part of
So
reality is
again,
not just hypothetical every
I'm
time someone puts a
I'm asking
real
about
world
your
scenario.
I'm asking you about your morality though. So you're saying it's okay for the U.S. to intervene in Mexico, even if the country of Mexico says no, we don't want military intervention from your country here. If that was done to us, we would declare war on these other countries. But you're saying we can do it to other countries, even if we don't allow it to be done to us, because we're hypocrites, and you're a hypocrite.
Okay. First of all, when another country is allowing criminal activity to affect
So say
their neighbor
say
we
country
absolutely
say that country is
affect it.
America.
We will
Say that country is
absolutely
America. Say that country is
If
America.
that country is America, and they wanted to attack
Say that
sort of
so
group
yeah.
via
No.
special
Hold on.
forces,
We
then
got
yes,
to
they
hold
would
on.
feel
Hold on.
right to do
I really hope you're able to
I
process
said
this.
yes.
I really hope
said
you're able to
yes.
process
I
this.
said yes.
So no, you kind of mixed up the countries here. So again, foreign country
You said America.
says
If America. Was the
America.
bad guys.
No, not
right,
America.
was the
Not
bad
America
guys.
is the bad guy. I'm saying that there is a supposed foreign terrorist group in America that another country, let's say a more powerful country than us, right? In this hypothetical.
That doesn't exist, but okay, hypothetical.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just testing your morals. It's a basic question.
Right.
There's a foreign terrorist group in the eyes of another country in the United States, and they're not satisfied with how the United States is handling it. Do they then have a right to send in their military into our country, whether that's special forces or dropping bombs?
No to the dropping bombs. Yes to the special forces. The
Okay,
reason
so
why
you're
bombs
wait, hold
is
on.
Because you could kill
Hold
innocent
on.
people.
That's a great point. That's a great point. So it is okay for foreign governments to do military operations in the United States without the permission of the government of the United States.
In your crazy-ass hypothetical of a homegrown American terrorist group attacking a foreign country and America doing nothing about it, then yeah. But we know in reality, if
So
there was a
okay,
terrorist organization that was from
wait,
America attacking a foreign country, America would do something about it.
Yes, okay, so we would do something about it. So would military action by
we
Mexico
just let
against us
terrorists
be
do whatever they
justified?
want.
So military action against us would be justified based on your own moral view of the
I
world.
already said yes. I said yes multiple times.
No,
If
I'm asking.
America did nothing about it-
You're saying. Wait. You're saying that if someone did that to us and we respond to that, it would be justified for us to respond as well. So if we do that to Mexico,
no, it wouldn't be justified
so,
for us to respond. If
it
we
wouldn't be
weren't doing
justified.
anything about it.
Okay. Okay.
If we were not doing anything about it, then yes, an attack on our soil, if we have a cartel, an attack on them on our soil would be justified if American government wasn't doing anything to stop them.
Okay, so what if you say that the American government was doing something about it, but the foreign government says they're not satisfied with your action?
How long has the cartel existed? How long has the Mexican government done?
When it comes to the drug trade, we have been kind of part of the fuel for its existence. When there is demand, there will be some things supplied, right?
You don't get to blame the customer because of the supplier. If the supplier didn't exist, you can't blame
again,
the customer.
I think the fundamental difference between the two of us, right, is I say that countries have sovereignty. Countries have sovereignty and should be respected, including the United States, including Mexico. And when a country says you cannot send in your military, whether it's by plane, whether it's the special forces, and so on and so forth, into our country without permission, I say that should be respected based on sovereignty, right? And you're saying if someone did that to the United States because a foreign government just deems that they can be able to do it, because that's really what we're doing. It's completely arbitrary. You're saying a foreign government can deem.
You do realize that, right?
And yeah, you're justifying conflicts. You're justifying war.
No shit. There are some justifications for conflict.
Yeah. There's every invading country always brings a list of justifications, and absolutely. But I think that's different than potentially starting a war with a different country and killing a bunch of kids. Pretty different than that scenario you pushed,
so
right?
if someone was trying to give your kid drugs that they knew was going to kill your kid, would you say that it would be justified to use violence to stop that man from giving your kid the dangerous drugs?
Yeah, sure. We're describing something as an interpersonal level, right?
That's exactly what we're doing.
No, that's not exactly what you're doing. That's not exactly what you're doing. You're supporting going into another country without permission. You're supporting and violating sovereignty, and you're really triggered and unable to have a conversation, it seems.
No. But you're trying to say that you're okay with attacking the person that's going to give your kid drugs. But a country can't do
on
that.
an individual level, yes, you can attack a person giving drugs to your kid on an individual level. You can. I would recommend doing it in a legal manner. Say like they're attacking you and defend yourself.
What if it was a group
of
people?
If it's a group of people, you might want to call the cops, right? I don't think you personally would be able to handle it yourself.
Who's the United States government? Aren't they kind of like?
And every single thing that you're describing is something that would be happening within this country, within this city. You know. Like, you're not describing an international situation with your hypotheticals. I'm specifically describing basic concepts of your... hold on. I'm describing basic concepts, basic premise of what you are supporting. Which is... No, this is basic. And if you don't understand it, that's more on you.
You're avoiding it.
We're describing a country taking action inside another country without that country's permission. You support that. I don't support that because I respect sovereignty.
To a micro level, and you agreed, but you can't.
You can bring. Yes, we should focus on the macro level. No, our hypotheticals are fundamentally different because I'm talking about foreign policy and geopolitics. You're talking about if you saw a criminal directly in your face or a gang. That's pretty different because a cop in the United States. Hold on. A police officer in the United States has absolute right to deal with crime in the United States because they're a cop in the United States. The United States does not have the right to just bomb other countries just because we designate them bombable. That's how we get away. That's how we get away with doing. Okay, special forces. Military action in general is not justified unless you are working with that country. If you are, again, if something is done to us and we would respond to it by declaring war on that other side, then maybe it's something that we shouldn't do. And maybe when we have 20 years of a war on terror that destabilized the Middle East. This isn't your stream, this is my stream, right? So when we have 20 years, well, you talk over a lot. There's other people here that have been able to have conversations, and you're kind of struggling with it a little more. But I'm asking you a specific question. I'm asking you a specific question here. So you started it. Good, very mature way of going about it. All right, so we have like 2 decades of a war on terror, and much of our actions have just been justified because we've been going after terrorist groups. We don't have to do things like declare war. We don't have to do things like go through the process that was written out in our Constitution. We could just do military action.
I thought you were talking about sustained
without
earlier. What's going on,
war.
man? You're like giving me word
Excuse
salad
me?
here.
Yeah,
You were talking about
it's a simple concept. It's a simple thing.
Here.
Can you not understand this? Right?
No, I can understand a simple thing.
No, I don't think you
I'm trying to
can.
give a rebuttal, and you just want to go
don't
on a
think you
long
can.
rant and then interrupt
So
me. So I just,
we've
I
had
don't
2
understand.
decades of the war on terror and action justified by calling a group a terrorist group instead of actually declaring war as written out in our Constitution. And you're fine with that as long as you personally believe it's justified. And you don't care what the foreign country thinks. Yeah, you do. You did say that because you believe that even if a country like Mexico were to say, no, we don't want your military involved in our country, you believe that it's justified. It's very
would you be
abstract
willing to hear
and
my
it's not
distinction?
consistent. And sure, go
Would
ahead.
you be willing to hear my distinction?
Go ahead.
America going over to Iraq and
Mm-hmm.
Afghanistan, which, by the way, I served during that time. Thank you. So,
Good for you.
no.
I would hope you would
it was
understand
wrong.
that.
No,
I would hope you would
listen.
understand that we don't want more soldiers dying for no reason, right?
See, this is what I was talking about. I couldn't even get the full sentence out, and you already.
Yeah, well, this is
talking
my
over
stream,
me.
so you can bitch about it, but like I don't really care.
I'm not for that war. I thought it was wrong.
Yeah.
Okay.
But you're for military
I didn't want
action
that war.
with our neighbors.
I'm for military action when it is negatively affecting American citizens, namely them dying. And we say to the country who is allowing this to go on, hey, you're not doing anything to prevent this illegal immigration problem, this drug trafficking,
No, they are.
human trafficking.
They are. They are.
Why is it in the tune
They are.
of 20-some million within the past 4 years, Buttercup?
Well, that's a
Obviously,
lie.
They're not doing it.
Hold on, I'm gonna put someone on
So
hold.
when we say-
All right. I'm gonna put you on hold. Stay in the queue. All right. All right. But yes, I need you to calm down a bit because I know you're really triggered, but you're lying as well. When you say 20 million people came here in the last fucking, 2-4 years? That's bullshit.
I said 4. And
Huh?
I said to the tune of 20 million. I didn't give an exact number.
Yeah, that's a lie. Where did you get that number?
Okay, so I
Because I've seen anti-immigration think tanks. That's whole purpose.
20 million, but
Yeah,
okay.
I've seen
How about
anti-immigration. Hold on. There are anti-immigration think tanks that sole purpose is to stop immigration, right? And they say that the total number of illegal immigrants that have been here, and that's not just the 4 years, but the entire existence of this country, I've seen the highest number go to 14 million. But there's other estimates that say 11 million. So let's say there's 11 to 14 million total illegal immigrants in this country. 11 million were here when Biden took office.
How about this? I'll go with whatever number you want to say.
Perfect.
However, 14, 11 million, I don't give a shit. It's not the point.
Yeah.
You're
Well,
trying
you
to
did.
argue
That was a
politics
wait.
against
Hold
it.
on. No. Wait. Hold on.
Is 10 million okay?
Hold on.
How about 3?
Hold on.
How about
Hold on.
millions?
Just to be clear.
What
Just to be
number-
clear.
what number
Just to
makes
be
your
clear.
argument okay
Just to
and
be.
makes my
Just to be
argument
clear. Just to be clear. This isn't semantics. You just lied
Yes,
about
it
the
is
number.
semantics.
You said
I
20
didn't
million
lie.
in
I
4
said
years.
To the tune of 20 million, and
In
I
4
guarantee
years.
you I can go find up some fucking
Yeah.
sources, but I don't have
Yeah.
the time because I'm here having
Okay.
a live
So
conversation
just
with
to
you.
be clear.
You,
Just to be clear. That's
you
not
found
true.
some liberal
There's
leaning incorrect
No.
source because you can't
No.
get the actual numbers.
No,
You
I
got the
told you
numbers of the
directly.
people they caught
I
and
told
let
you
go.
directly.
Nice try.
I told you
You're
directly.
wrong.
I told you directly. I was referencing
You got the ones that they
anti-immigrant
got and
think
let
tanks.
go. You don't
So
know
are
the
you gonna
number of who
be
they
able to have a
not
conversation?
seen.
Are you gonna be able to calm down a little bit?
I'm perfectly calm. You're just completely
No, you're
ignoring
not.
every
Come on,
single
you
thing
can't say you're
I'm
perfectly
saying.
calm when you're talking like that. Okay,
100%. 100%.
you're 100% calm, right?
If you were in the military,
All
you
right,
would
so let's
understand that this is not
prove
a
it. Let's
fucking,
prove it. Let prove it to me that you're calm. So let's calm down a little bit more, right? Let's talk like adults. So again,
Okay,
I
let's talk like adults.
reference anti-immigration think tanks. You said I reference liberal think tanks or liberal sources. So when I'm referencing a right-wing think tank that's whole purpose is to exist, is to stop immigration, you're telling me that's liberal?
I guarantee you the whole anti-immigration can still be liberal, yeah. But okay.
Okay, that's interesting. I wouldn't think the liberal position, just to be clear, I think it's important to find some understanding. I don't think that the liberal position tends to be like, oh, we want no immigration in these countries. These think tanks' whole purpose is to stop immigration. So, yeah.
There are still liberals that are against illegal immigration. Not all liberals are.
Yeah, but in general, the conservative position is to be not for immigration. The liberal position tends to be a little bit more open. So when you have a whole think tank, who funds think tanks, by the way? Billionaires, likely anti-immigration billionaires. I think they're probably not liberals, right? So can we like kind of come to an agreement? I didn't reference a liberal source, right? Are we able to do that?
No, I'm waiting until you're done with your rant.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get back.
So I'm trying to find some agreement. Yeah. So Mexico is letting 20 million people in, as you said, even though there's 14 million people here max in the entire history of our country. So yeah, you lied. It's a shame.
From February 2021 to July 2024. Now, does encounters mean all of the people that they have no idea that slipped through in the dark of night?
So the reason why brother, no, you didn't prove anything. Again, your sources, the people on your side are. That's why there's a range. That's why they say 11 million to 14 million, right? Because there's some people that go unseen, and when you say encounters, that's literally Border Patrol catching people, right? So if you see more encounters, that means Border Patrol catching them. Right? So again, your sources say 14 million. You're trying to claim there's 20 million. There's no conservative source that says 20 million people here total. If there's 14 million people here total, there's no way 20 million people came here in 4 years. It's basic math. Let me ask you a question, okay? It's real important. If in 10 days you got $14, but then someone claims in the last 4 days you got $20, do you have $20?
You don't know.
I know.
How much you have?
I know.
How much do I know you got handed under the table?
I know if you have $14, if you have $14 in the last 10 days, if someone's claiming in the last 4 days you made $20, it's not true. The question is basic. It says you have $14. It's simple math.
If I saw you get 14, I saw you get 14, but I know that there's a habitual concept of you getting money handed to you under the table. It's not that much of a stretch for me.
So again, the math is simple, okay? Math is simple. Math is simple. I'm saying that there's 14. I'm saying that there's 14, and then you say there was $20 in 4 years instead of
numbers. You're ignoring the concept of an unknown.
All right. So we're where do you want this to go? Again, you're lying about the numbers again.
I would like to go back to what I was
More objective sources say about 11 million. Okay, good, perfect.
Okay,
reality's number. It's not my number. It's just reality's number.
You're okay. No, it's not. But it's okay.
Oh, okay. Wait. Hold on. You said no, it's not. When I said it's reality's number. So we're going to have to establish reality before we can continue. I would like to see the right-wing think tank.
Right.
That doesn't say 14 million.
There's been around 10 to 14 million encounters. Okay?
Yeah. No. I would love to see that. No. You're saying something untrue. There's about total 11 to 14 million undocumented people in the United States. And this is encompassing all of our history, not the last 4 years. Huh?
When they say 10, that's actually not true. I can show you from right here. It is from WBTV. Hold on, sorry, that was the wrong.
I'll show you.
The Fulcrum.
I'll show you here. So this is from the Center of Migration Studies. Right 11 million people undocumented in the United States.
U.S. Customs and Border Protection reported 10 million migrant encounters from one person.
Encounters mean they got caught. Yes. Encounters mean they got caught before they even entered the United States.
Caught and released into the city.
No, not necessarily.
Released into
No.
a city.
Biden actually deported more people than
100%.
Trump did. So are you going to calm down, or are you going to continue to be
Oh my
triggered?
God.
You understand that it's 3 a.m. and
Can
you're
we
like
go
screaming
back
like
to
that.
the
Do you like
actual
live? Do you wait?
conversation? I already
Do you
said
live
that I
with
was-
family? You're gonna wake him up, man.
I've already said that we. Hey, bud. I've got a wife and kid, so we don't need to do the
Yeah.
whole. Do you have
Don't-
a family? And
don't
shit.
wake him up.
That's silly. Come
Don't
on.
wake him
Let's
up.
Have an actual conversation here.
Okay, now you want to have an actual
You're
conversation, so you're
not-
gonna calm down a little bit. Okay. Good.
I've been trying to have the conversation.
Well, you've been screaming at
Let's
the top
use
of your
your
lungs.
number. I said.
Yeah. 11 million
I
people.
said let's use your
potentially.
number.
Yeah.
The
Okay.
number that we'll agree on. Fine.
Okay.
It doesn't matter. Because I just looked at it.
It's not my
From
number.
2021
It's not my number.
to 2024.
It's not my number, no.
Okay, so can you agree with the 2021 to 2024? You kept trying to say the entire time.
I'm
of
talking
US
about
history
totals.
of illegal
You're talking
immigration.
about encounters.
From-
Encounters implies
from
they got caught.
2021,
So they got caught. Yes, a lot of people did
yes,
get caught.
Caught and then released.
Well, that's what you're saying.
Caught
But
and
there was
released.
record
Oh, so you
deportations under
can't-
Biden.
Okay, so you
Yeah.
can't. You can't
But
agree on
anyway,
that, fine. You
again,
can't
we're
agree on
agreeing
that, that's fine.
on the real world numbers. 11 million total people here, so maybe 14 million, depending.
Yeah,
right?
whatever. Keep
So,
keep it. Keep
so
it however you
continue.
want here. I don't really care.
So continue.
So you're okay with that, and you're
Yeah.
okay with when we said to Mexico, "Hey, knock that off. Try to make
Mm-hmm.
it stop," and they didn't do anything about it.
Well, actually,
And they weren't trying to stop
the border crossings are down 90-something% in the year
My God, I
2024.
cannot get one sentence out without you.
Well,
interrupting
it's because
me.
you're pushing a silly narrative. You're saying that nothing has been done to lower
How about
immigration
let me say
when
what
it's
I'm gonna
already
say,
when
and
immigration
you
numbers are
res-
down.
You can respond afterwards. You can.
Yeah, but well, this
you
is
think
this
I'm
is my
wrong.
stream. This is my stream, so I'm going to correct live in the moment when you say something wrong. Okay.
Right, because you don't want to actually handle the actual
No,
question. You would rather
I'm
try
just
to get
I'm
off
just
into the
calling
weeds
I'm just
47
calling
times.
out I'm just calling out the silliness. Undocumented immigration has plummeted 98%. So, and that was 2024.
Keep bringing
So
up these liberal
again,
think tank points.
why
do you think Trump won
your-
so badly, dude? This is
it's
ridiculous.
funny you're saying I'm using it's funny you're saying I'm losing the liberal think tank. Earlier I just referenced the conservative think tanks, but you're saying conservatives are actually liberals. So you don't actually
you
understand
keep trying
political
to go back
ideology if
to
liberals
one
or
thing
if
that
liberals
is
and
trying to
conservatives are just
say
the
that it's
same.
10 million for all
But again, I'm emphasizing that you're saying
Can
nothing's
we go to
been
the
done to
question?
lower.
Because
Well,
it was
hold
about
on,
war,
hold on,
and
hold on.
you
Actually,
keep
yeah.
trying
This
to
is
get
this
out
is
the
about
case.
war. Actually, hold on. This is actually about war. It's
Right,
actually really
yes,
relevant.
I know.
So you are using this to justify a war. You're using this to justify military action. You're saying there was nothing done in immigration. Meanwhile, immigration is down 98%. So you're one of your contentions for starting a war is based on a falsehood,
starting a war.
and
Not
you're
starting a
willing
war.
to send Americans
Military
to
action doesn't
die.
equal war.
I would hope that
I know
if
you don't know that
if
because
you're
you're
and
in the military,
I would
but
hope
it's
that
okay.
since you were in the military, I hope you would wish that soldiers die less in military action, war, whatever you want to call it.
Okay, so but what do you think the purpose of the military is then? Do you think we just go and we sit
To
around
defend
and
this
twiddle our
country.
fucking thumbs?
To defend this country.
To defend this country is A1? Yes. Thank you.
Yeah.
So we can agree
So
that the images
again,
of illegal
but
immigrants
you're
bringing
okay.
over
Wait, hold on. That's
drugs
wonderful.
and
Wait, no, that's
children
a
to
wonderful
traffic
point.
would
That's
be
a wonderful.
problem, right?
That's a wonderful point that you're mentioning. You're saying that illegal immigration is, in your view, justification for military action. I say when immigration is down 98% this year.
Specifically mentioning the cartels doing the drugs
yeah,
and the human trafficking. I wasn't.
But
talking about
you
the guys
also
coming
then
over and
said
worked
immigration.
at Lowe's.
You then also said immigration. Hold on, I'm gonna put some on hold real quick, okay? I'm gonna put you on hold. I'll pull you up next.
Okay.
But yes, like I was saying, immigration's down. That's one of your justifications for war. I think that's a pretty bad
That's not what I
justification for
said.
war.
That's not what I
And
said.
in addition, also
I
of
specifically said
the
the cartels bringing over drugs
undocumented. Well,
and
you're
human
also
trafficking.
implying that
That's
like
what I
much of the
specifically said.
illegal immigrants here are like these horrible people involved in like gang crime and so on and so forth. 80% of undocumented people in the United States have been here for over 10 years. What have they been doing here for 10 years? They've been fucking working. And I think we need to fix the
Coming over
process.
here is already
So
a
we
crime,
need to
so
fix the
that argument
process.
fails on its face.
We need to
Nice
fix the process to ensure that people that are here to work can be able to work, and make it so that we can catch people and process people that shouldn't be here, let's say they're dangerous criminals, and deport them faster. As long as we have a slow and inefficient immigration process, we encourage illegal immigration, and that's dumb. And I think we would agree with that.
I would agree with locking down the border, not with making up. And
Yeah, well, that doesn't fix the immigration issue. That doesn't fix the immigration issue. But you're just saying make it slower to immigrate, make it harder to immigrate. We can make our process more efficient and therefore disincentivize illegal immigration. But you don't want to do that, and it's unfortunate.
Just let them in legally. That totally. Just open up the floodgates. Just remove the walls.
Do you know what Ellis Island is?
Yeah. What's your point?
So what was the process for people trying to come here from Europe through Ellis Island back in the day?
Oh, you mean like hundreds of fucking years ago? I mean, that's not really that young. Like
it's not that old, brother. Yeah. Yeah, they came here.
That's why
I'm not saying we adopt exactly everything they did. I'm saying we adopt a much more strenuous process to do background checks, and with modern technology, even though I don't like the surveillance state, we got one hell of a surveillance state, and all the countries do. We can do a background check much quicker, much more efficient, and if they're here and they're willing to work, they should be able to come here.
With my conversation,
well, you have a problem with hold on. You have a problem. Yeah, precisely. You have a problem with the concept of illegal immigration. You have a problem with the concept of illegal immigration. I'm saying deal with illegal immigration. Have a more efficient system so those that are willing to work and ready to work will be able to work, and those who are criminals and dangerous and potentially like cartel members. Here, I'm explaining it. Those who are willing to work can come here, and those we can do quick background checks on those, and if they're found to be dangerous, like cartel members, they can be quickly deported. I am perfectly fine with deportations if it's criminals and so on and so forth. Yeah, it would actually deal with a lot of the illegal immigration problems, because regular people that are here to work would not be incentivized to, for example, go to a mule or anybody to try to come here illegally because they can go here through the legal process. Therefore, hold on.
He doesn't care
Therefore,
about your rules.
the wonderful thing about that is that when you make it a more efficient system and most people begin going through the legal process, the only people that would really be going are actually the suspect people, the criminals and so on and so forth, and then Border Patrol is actually less burdened with having to capture a single mother trying to get over here to work, or a farmer or whatever. They could focus exclusively on dangerous criminals, and that would be a wonderful thing. I want them to catch dangerous criminals. That would be great.
No, you don't. You said that you want them to be able to do whatever they want, and we have no ability to stop them unless Mexico gives us permission.
Uh-huh. No, you're wrong. I think we need to. Mexico absolutely has to give us permission to do military action in their country. It's called sovereignty. It's called international law. All right. If people did that to us, then we would blow them to hell. So if that's the case,
because we have more power than them. It's not because we would be justified in that moment.
Oh, okay.
Because we would be justified though.
Well, personally, I do think it's justified. I personally do think. Okay, hold on. I see someone in chat talking about Jewish conspiracies. I saw them spamming earlier. I wasn't checking the chat, so I'm remove them from this channel. We don't do this Nazi shit. All right. But yeah. Going back to your premise, I think it would be perfectly justified to do military action against a country that is doing military action within our country when we don't give them permission, right? So again, I do want to solve the issues of illegal immigration. I want a more efficient system so those that are here to work and willing to work can come here to work, and those who are criminals can get deported faster by freeing up the burden of Border Patrol so that they don't have to catch regular people, mothers or fathers or whatever, or workers. They can catch the criminals, and they can focus on the criminals.
So do you
and they should do what they're supposed to do, is protect the border, not invade other countries or go into other countries or do military operations in other countries.
Blame the victim?
If you think it's victim blaming to say that we need an efficient immigration system, I think you're silly.
No, you're saying that the reason why we have illegal immigrants is because
we have an inefficient system. Yes, an inefficient system will encourage illegal immigration.
So here, how about
For
this?
example,
What
say
if our
say there's
system
a, say here.
stops allowing them at all?
Here, let's
How
see.
about that?
Let's say this. Let's say there's demand, right, for a job to be done, and then there's a Mexican or Central American that wants to get out of their country,
unemployment here, so no,
and they want to come here to get that done.
We don't need to import.
So you think it was actually a conservative source, Reason Magazine, their famous libertarian paper, and they actually made a case against the mass deportation, saying that number one, it would be a very expensive process, and they actually supported putting more money into our processing to make it faster. And they said not only would it be expensive, it would also cause massive job shortages, because if you were to say mass deport 40% of all agriculture workers, which 40% of all agriculture workers are undocumented.
So you're saying a whole bunch of people are hiring a bunch of illegal immigrants. So we should punish those companies that have been hiring illegal immigrants.
What we should do is let those people become American citizens so they can have American labor protections.
Hold on. I think we might have a room of agreement here.
I think that until we have an efficient immigration system, people will hire illegal immigrants because illegal immigrants will be here.
Let's see if we can agree.
So it's simple capitalism, all right? So here's where we can agree. 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 I think that we should have a system where these illegal immigrants are able to become legal the right way, especially when you consider the fact that 10% or 80%, excuse me, of all undocumented immigrants in this country have been here for over a decade, working, paying into our economy,
is that they've
and so on and so forth.
For over a decade and got away with it.
And you think that you think our farm workers should be arrested? I think our farm workers should be respected. That's the difference between me and you.
Hold on. How are they a farm worker here, though? Because if they got here illegally, and then they're hired and working here, that's also a crime. I think there's different. So you don't you don't respect their ability to come over here
Wait,
and
hold on.
American money.
Wait, hold on.
And then send it over to
Hold on. Wait, hold on, buddy. I'm just reading the chat here real quick. I think this guy that I blocked is back here. So I'm Hitler by defending is really bad. I don't know what you're spamming. I don't know what you're talking about. He acts like people don't have alts or macros. I guess you're the guy that I removed earlier, and you're like mad that I got you blocked. I don't know, bro. I think you said that you're literally anti-Semitic, so that's why I don't want you on the channel. I mean, you can go do something else. You can go jerk off. Like, you don't need to be in this chat, bro. Alright? Simple as that. Anyway, going back to you, sir. What was the last point you said? I got distracted by the chat.
I was trying to allude to the point that you're admitting that this illegal immigrant has
You're saying it's illegal. It's a crime for them to be here, and it's a crime for them to work.
I can't even say it. You have to.
That's literally what you said earlier. It's a crime. They're committing two crimes in your view. I personally think some crimes are different than other crimes. For example, I think that crime is there's different degrees of crime. I think jaywalking is considered a crime, but I don't want anybody to go to jail for jaywalking. I think murder is a much worse crime, right? So for tax evasion. So again, though, I think these people. So again,
thousands of illegal immigrants. Okay.
And you think these illegal immigrants aren't paying nothing? Hold on, you think these illegal immigrants are paying nothing and contributing nothing to our tax system?
I did not say contributing nothing. I said every single time they
every single time they get a paycheck. Hold on, just to be clear. Just to be clear. Every single time they get a paycheck, they have payroll tax. Every single time they buy a product, they're paying sales tax.
If you're on payroll,
either way,
that means that you have a social security number. Nice try.
Brother, if you want them to pay more in taxes or whatever, it's a simple.
No, I want them to
simple
not
fix.
be here. Not to be here. There, simple fix.
Why do you not want them to be here?
Because they came over here illegally, and it's not their fucking country.
Say we make the process more efficient, and we make it so that they can come here legally.
Illegally entering Pakistan is?
I don't care what the punishment is. I'm asking about practical shit. So again, you're for, just to be clear, you're for removing 40% of our entire agricultural workforce,
Hey, wait a
that
minute.
would be pretty bad,
didn't Russia
right?
invade Ukraine's borders? They're illegal immigrants. Why aren't they getting paid?
Brother,
Why aren't they getting jobs? Why don't you support them?
come on. Those are two completely different things, all right?
Right. You support us sending billions of dollars to fund Ukraine.
I support. Hold on. Now you're jumping to a different thing. I don't consider some people coming here. Hold on. I need you to calm down, all right? I don't consider some individual coming here to work. I don't consider somebody here working for 10 years in the United States and providing for this economy and putting food on our plates. I don't consider that an invasion at all. I don't consider that an invasion at all.
You don't consider 10 million people that
do you think that the Russians are coming into Ukraine and they're just working in the fucking fields and they're doing construction and they're building some houses for the fucking Ukrainians, right? No, it's different. Those are a ridiculous comparison to describe a nation invading another country, bombing another country, killing its people, and so on and so forth. Versus
due to the illegal immigrant bringing in drugs.
I don't know where you got that number, but again, most of these drugs are coming in by Americans, like fentanyl in particular. Majority of fentanyl is coming in by Americans.
No, they're not.
They're not. Do you have a source from that?
Okay.
You have a source from that?
Yes.
Yeah. Provide it.
Don't worry, I will.
What is it? I'm waiting.
You gotta give me time to find out. I'm not at a computer like you.
Here, in fiscal year 2022, 88% of those individuals convicted of fentanyl trafficking were U.S. citizens. This trend continued to be consistent over the recent years, compromising 86% in 2021. Additionally, the Department of Homeland Security reported that more than 90% of fentanyl is seized at ports of entry, not through the border, not through crossing the border. 90% are seized at ports of entry. All right, the point is this. We should be able to come to a simple solution when it comes to these immigrants in America right now. They're in America currently. They're working jobs. Wait, hold on. Don't run away. Hold on.
Yeah. You wasn't running away.
Well, you're describing. No, I'm not okay with them coming through the cartel. That's why I want to make the system more efficient, so they don't have to depend on the cartel to come here, right? Because there's some people that do obviously get rules.
The cartel only exists because it's illegal for them to do what they do.
I think it's one of their sources of making money.
Illegal, right?
I think it's one of the sources of making money. I think we should have a process. I think that we should have a process where people that want to work can come here, and the people that are dangerous can get deported faster. In order to do that, we need to do more processing. In order to do that, we need better background checks. And we need to hire more people and invest money into that. And that's a much smaller investment than an entire mass deportation program. One in which you support, considering that you have taken, because you have taken the position that you want to deport all people, by the way, including 40% of agriculture workers, which would destroy the economy. You then also say it would just be filled by homeless people, but I would dare say there wouldn't be concerns of a job shortage if it would just automatically be filled, right? And that's just really not how. That's really not how.
You deserve to go out of business.
It's not just the company. It's not just the company things. It's also food production in America. Total food production. But again, I don't want these crimes to be hiring illegal immigrants. I want these people to become American citizens. Go through the legal process.
Right. You
Get
just
in
want
line.
to change terms. You just move goalposts.
Yes,
they
should become Americans. One of the reasons why America is going to continue to be a relevant country for centuries potentially is because
just make it legal. Don't call it murder anymore.
Considering you think somebody being in America and working is the same thing as murder shows your sort of like the intellectual level of your arguments. But
it's a crime. It's called a fucking comparison.
Bro, I'm actually. Are you sure you're like a grown ass man with a wife and a daughter? Because you actually sound like a Call of Duty teenager.
I never said a daughter. I said a wife and a child.
A wife and a child. Okay, same point. You sure you're a grown man? Because you sound like a
child. How old are you actually?
Well, you've been screaming this whole call. I think you actually might be lying about your status potentially.
Okay, well.
Also, by the way, since by the way, seriously, yeah, since by the way, you think all crimes are the same and I don't know are worthy of deportation or whatever, Donald Trump was found guilty of like 39 crimes, or 39 guilty charges.
And he was convicted by
34.
who? And how did it happen?
He was also found. He was also But I mean, So it's a crime though that he was found guilty of. It's a crime that he was found guilty of. And you think that crossing a line and working in this country and providing food on your table is a horrible crime that needs to be punished. And meanwhile, somebody is actually found guilty of a crime. Somebody's also found civilly liable for sexual assault. The judge says colloquially it would be called rape. So you support a no, it's sexual assault. Would you like to go over the charges? Particularly that sexual assault charge.
Let's do it, because I seriously think you have no idea what you're talking about.
All right.
You can't be liable for sexual assault.
All right,
That's
hold on.
a criminal crime. He talked about her.
All right. So as of January 2025, President Trump has faced numerous sexual misconduct, including accusations of rape, sexual assault, and so on and so forth. One of the most prominent cases involves writer E. Jean Carroll, who alleged that Trump raped her. He was found in a civil case. The jury found him liable for sexual abuse and defamation. And the judge described what Donald Trump did, colloquially, as rape. But based on New York law, my understanding is you need to insert your penis to be considered rape. He inserted his fingers, according to that judge. But it wasn't the judge that made that decision. It was a jury of his peers. So my point is this: you kind of let a guy get away with some crimes, and you understand him, and you try to be sympathetic for him. Did you vote for Donald Trump? Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes, okay, that's not a.
So you voted for a rapist. Okay.
No, he's not a rapist.
You voted for a rapist. Okay, yeah, you found a judge found him liable for a sexual assault.
The thing that you're saying right now, you could be charged for libel against him, right? Because you're publicly right now on your video defaming him. Donald Trump can sue me for something a judge said. I'm simply quoting the judge. No, you just said it. It doesn't matter.
I'm quoting the judge.
As if it's your own
the judge said colloquially it would be rape.
Okay.
It amounted to rape by common definition. But New York law says rape is more narrow. Yeah, you voted for someone a judge called a rapist. And personally, I believe the judge. Is that incorrect to believe a judge?
A judge can call somebody a freaking aardvark. Does that make you
it's okay.
an aardvark because the judge
It's okay. It's okay to not trust a judge. But luckily, there was a jury of his peers that also found him guilty.
And in a civil court, is it
so yeah. So again, it was brought to civil court. That's why I went to civil court.
Right.
So just to be clear, yeah, that's how court works. And again, you're fine with some crimes. You're okay with some crimes. You're okay with some crimes, but you're not okay with someone that lives in this country. You're okay with somebody. You're okay with somebody. You're okay with somebody that was in this country. You're not okay though with somebody that was working in this field for 10 years and you think they should just be deported because they are bad, because they bring you your food. And it's unfortunate.
I'm being very nice, because if we were Pakistan, they would be put to death. So I mean, you
okay,
so live here for 10 years, cool, go back to your country now. I mean,
why don't you think maybe it would be a good thing to let people that have been doing pretty valuable work putting food on your table, farm work, right?
Illegally immigrating to Mexico? What do they do if they catch you?
I don't know what Mexican law is in that regard. But again, we currently have these people here, a majority of which have been living in the United States.
Only matter to other countries.
I'm talking. I don't think you know what Mexican law is. I don't know Mexican law. I'm an American, right? So again, I'm simply basing this off what America needs. America needs workers, and these workers deserve legal protections. So I think that these people that have been here for 10 years, of course, they should be able to be Americans. And if we want to actually deal with the issue of illegal immigration, we have to make a system that doesn't encourage illegal immigration like our current system does. But unfortunately, I think we've been going down. Hold on. We've been going.
Since it's the prison up to 2 years.
Wow, that's cool.
So
again,
that's nice. That's nice.
You're describing something, and I'm describing my position, and I don't think that you're actually interested in making our immigration system more efficient. You're actually for illegal immigration. That's why you want the current system. You don't want to deal. You don't want to deal with the root cause. Yeah, just close the border. It's like a big. It's like a big fucking door. It's like a big door.
No, a big wall.
I'm just kind of curious. What do you think? What do you think? What do you think Solid Snake would think of you?
Why would I care what a video game character thinks?
Yeah, I think he'd be disappointed. Because I don't think you encompass what makes America great. In fact, you came in here trying to justify soldiers being sent off to combat for Donald Trump, even if it violates another country's sovereignty, even if the country says no military action in our country. You also justified. You also justified. Hold on. You also justified other countries doing the same thing to us. I think no country should be able to invade the United States or do military action in the United States when we say no military action in the United States. But ultimately, we are going a bit in circles. And excuse me, there's a person waiting, and so then they can invade our country. I view that as a bad thing. But we've been going in circles for 46 minutes. And brother,
how could they not be allowed to defend themselves? Isn't that literally what you're saying that they're doing Russia and Ukraine? Isn't that what's happening?
Countries should always be able to defend themselves, particularly if another country is doing military action without their sovereignty. And if you think there's a Mexican invasion, I think you're a little dumb. All right? But we've been at this for 46 minutes.
10 million people is not an invasion? What number is it then? How many Russians invaded Ukraine? I bet it's not 10 million.
The fact that you think a nation invading another country in a military operation is the same thing as people crossing this border because there is demand for their work in our country. You think that's the same thing?
What's the definition of invasion?
You could bring me. You could. I don't know. I don't have a dictionary in front of me, buddy. Okay, but you can bring me a definition. Sure. Here, let's look it up, all right? Just to make you happy. And then we're going to head out because there's somebody waiting, all right?
Cool.
An instance of an invading country or region with an armed forces. Okay, yeah. So these Mexican immigrants are not coming as an armed force. They are coming to work.
You read a single definition. Any incursion by a large number of people or things in a place or sphere of activity. But you understand. Wait, you understand, brother. You understand that there's multiple meanings to a word. You're like about
so you can say
too young to be called me brother, okay?
Brother. You understand that words have multiple meanings, right?
Yeah, an unwelcome intrusion into another's domain. Random drug testing of employees is an unwanted invasion.
Wait, no, that's perfect. Wait, no, that's perfect. That's perfect.
Invading our country.
That's perfect.
Yeah, you're right.
That's
it's
perfect.
An invasion.
You understand that those multiple uses of invasions mean multiple things. So you're saying the thing is it's you that's comparing an influx of people to a military invasion, and I think those are two different things. Unfortunately, unfortunately, you wanted to make semantics. Again, I think you're triggered. I think you're too triggered to have a conversation.
No,
it's unfortunate.
You're just literally retarded.
You said you're 15 years older than me or something, and that's a damn shame.
No, I don't know how
you're a grown man, and you've been screaming at the top of your lungs at 3 a.m. And you know what? I wish you the best, but it's 40. Oh, you should do it. You should do it. Scream at the top of your lungs. Do it like a good boy. Oh, you're a bad boy. All right, there's been someone waiting, so I gave you enough time. All right, have a good day.
Well,
270 area code. Sorry, you've been waiting for a bit. Hello, 270 area code. 270. Let me give this guy some time. Oh, yeah, hello.
Hello?
Yeah, what's up?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I wanted to jump in on that topic that you was having about the about immigration. I just
We'll try to be quick because I want to be able to log off soon. All right?
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's great. So I just wanted to know if we agree on if we can find a common ground and have a kind of a coherent conversation.
Yeah.
And really articulate ourselves on a better standpoint than what I was just hearing on both sides. I would say whenever it comes to immigration, I believe that there does need to be a better system inside of place in terms of security. Whenever it comes to the border, we need more border security, and our border patrol and stuff needs more help. And but on top of that, what we need to do is make it more swifter. We need to make the process more swift.
Yeah.
But also make the security scan more thorough. So therefore, being able to figure out who is a criminal, who is not a criminal, who's coming into the country for purposes of work and for good deeds and things of that nature, versus who's not, while also putting a time limit on it where we have to respond in due time with due process, and then therefore making it easier for these for migrants to come into the United States, but also making it where we thoroughly are observing these individuals on a security scale. So I feel like. So that's something, but whenever...
Yeah. I think we're mostly in agreement. Yeah. I think that... I don't think this was very well communicated to the other guy because the other guy was screaming a lot the moment he came in. But...
yeah, and I'm a Republican as well.
Yeah. I respect your more civil approach, But I do agree that we should have a more efficient system. Because a more efficient system, as I was trying to explain to the other guy, will discourage illegal immigration. Those who have clean records that want to work, like 80% of the undocumented people here currently, 80% of them have been here for 10 years. So of course they've been working and contributing to this country. Those who want to work and are going to be good citizens should be able to come here, and we should be able to process them faster. So I want to invest in that processing, but also part of that investment is also investing in security to make sure we can check the backgrounds of people that might present a threat. The guy was bringing up cartel members a lot. Yeah, I agree. We should deport cartel members, and we should do it faster. And the way we do it faster is by being able to process them and check their background. And look, one of the things I feel like a conservative and a liberal would agree on, besides the people in the government, I suppose, is we don't like the surveillance state, but nonetheless we have a surveillance state. If there's going to be a surveillance state, then maybe we should have it be efficient in the way that, maybe we can background check people. I mean, we have technology that those who were managing Ellis Island couldn't dream of. Of course, we can check if someone's a criminal in Mexico, and if they're a criminal in Mexico, and maybe it depends on their crime, right? If they're a criminal for like some petty theft when they were a kid, and then they serve their time or whatever the punishment is, yeah, sure, they should be able to come here, right? But if they're a murderer, we should deport them.
So you agree that we should have more border security on our border to make sure that we're stopping the individuals that's trying to get through our border illegally.
Yes.
And on top of that, we should make it swifter for them to come across while being thoroughly scanned.
Yes, 100%. 100% agree with you.
But this is where I think we might clash heads a little bit, but I want to see if we can find a common ground. When I heard you talking a while ago about the encounters, and see, I got a different stat than what the other individual was talking about. What I got is around 2 million gotaways from 2021 to 2023. And see, gotaways is a different situation. That means they encountered them and they entered the United States and got away. They were not caught. Do you believe that them individuals, with what we talk about, with implementing a better system, should go back to their country and be able to come back into the country legally faster.
Well, first of all, I respect your number that you brought up, right? So you said about, what, 2 or 3 million potentially gotaways, right?
Yes. From 2021 to 2023.
Yeah, that's actually believable. That's why that if that is true, that's what I think the conservative think tanks that are anti-immigration that I was referring to this guy were probably referring to when they're saying 14 million. Now, there could be fluctuations. It might not always be the number, but me and you are in agreement that based on that, there was like 11 million total around the 2020 or so, 11 million something. If that is true, it might be 14 million.
If the illegal immigrants was encountered and then caught and released on
catch
and release program.
Yeah. But yes, we are in agreement that illegal immigrants did come here, and there's potentially 11 to 14 million, not in the last 4 years, but 2 or 3 million in the last 4 years potentially. So those people that you're saying, would they potentially be deported and go to their country, and then they go through the legal way? I would be supportive of that once we fix the legal way here. Like, say we were describing what we both support, which is a fast and efficient process that lets people that are good come here and lets people that are bad get deported faster. Once we set that up, yes, I am okay morally with notifying these people and saying, okay, you have a chance to become Americans again, you just have to go through the legal process. But I think I would prefer that those undocumented people here in general, the better, more efficient solution would be trying to get them through the legal process while they're here. So somehow getting the information to them, like, you're here right now, but you do not have to be illegal. You just have to go through this process. Because if we were to, say, deport them and then make them go through the process and say we have a fast and efficient system and they get to come back here, it just seems like a big investment both for them and for the U.S. government to send them back only to let them come back here the right way. So I would say that we should have a process for people that are here currently that are undocumented to become legal, as well as having that efficient process for people coming into this country. And again, we should deport the dangerous people.
And I would agree with you on letting some individuals inside of the United States that are here stay under certain conditions. Would you agree that maybe because they entered the country illegally, that they should be put on some type of probationary and extra security screening to ensure they are exactly who they said they were before they came in, before the new process was implemented, where there would be extra security screening on these individuals coming across? Should those people be verified on who they was, put on a probationary period, and should they be obligated to willingly tell if they have been working inside of the United States for the period of time that they have been inside of the United States illegally, and should they provide, if they did, like, they should give this information up front. Most people probably wouldn't, but then if they lied, then we should that's why we should have the security screening. So should they tell if they have, and if they gave false information during this time and things like that? And
I think
what kind
of
consequences should be faced for that? I don't think it should be anything like jail time or anything like that, but should there be some type of financial penalty if they were involved inside of that, or how would that look?
Yeah, I would say that I'm trying to do it based on what you were recommending there, or more based on what you were saying there. Part of the process for becoming a citizen would likely have them going through background checks and so on and so forth, like as if they were coming into this country from the border, right? And we're talking about a hypothetical efficient system, right? So if someone wants to come into this country, they have to go through that process. So I would say that those who are already here and they want to become legal, obviously, because you get benefits from being legal, they have to go through the same exact process, the same exact screenings. And if it's found like they're a cartel member and they present a threat,
or if they're found that they're here under false identification. I
feel like there's more nuance there. Yeah, that's definitely worth thinking about, because I can imagine if someone here came here illegally, it wouldn't surprise me if they had like a fake ID. But also, again, like if we're describing potentially those people that have been here for a decade, and they had to get themselves a fake ID at some point in their time here, but they've been doing it so that they can work and operate in society, I don't view that as some kind of major issue. I think that and for a lot of these people, they might not have access to, like, for example, the documents that they might have had in Central America or Mexico, like birth certificates and so on and so forth.
Exactly.
So
those individuals, if they did come here, even if they was here for years, and we can't, and they came here on with false identification, and were unable to prove, and if they are unable to provide who they are. Should they have to go back and then go through the legal process? Should they be sent back? Should those individuals be sent back? I believe that they should. Do you believe that they should?
I think if there's a way, and maybe there's a way that their home governments
can't figure out who they are at all, and they can't.
We can't figure out.
It's been so long they've been here, they can't provide any information no more. Should those individuals be sent back and be able to obtain that information? And then, let's say we implement that with their system. Should that take place?
It's an interesting question. I think in the modern day, a lot of that documentation, for example, say they're like from El Salvador or Honduras, perhaps they can access that information or get a copy of like their certain certificates and so on and so forth, or their identification from, like, maybe they can get it delivered, right? I'm trying to think, like, say someone lost their social security card in America. I don't know. I haven't lost my social security card, so I don't know the process to go about that, but I would think maybe you could work something out on the internet, get it mailed to you, right? Or you go to the post office or something. So maybe it would depend on the situation. Maybe there's like some process for these governments to get their citizens the documents that might not have them have to go back to those countries physically. And if that's the case, they do that. They get us the legal documents. We're good. Simple as that,
Okay. So you're saying they contact back to they contact their country and try to get the documents sent back, and if an individual does not abide by these regulations and rules, should that individual be sent back,
be deported,
and should there be penalties for that individual trying to obscure the system?
I think at that point, if we have an actual efficient system, if, for example, and that would probably be one of the purposes of a big like agency for processing people, one of the ways they probably would help is by helping people get the information that they need, right, from their home countries. If we have an actual efficient system where if you are ready to work and you're going to be a good citizen, you can come here and you still refuse to go through that process, even if that process is fast and efficient, then yes, you can be deported, right? Because I say that because I think most people, if presented with the clear opportunity to be like, yeah, I'm going to be a good citizen, work hard for my family, and I can be legal, I think most people would take that instantly, And if that's the case,
they must have something up their sleeve or something.
Exactly. So, yeah. So my point overall, though, is I want security, and one of the best ways we do security is by helping out the good people, the people not causing trouble. And
we can come together and find a common ground. And I'm the youth Republican chair inside of my local city.
Really?
And we're able to come together and find solutions to some of the problems whenever we don't try to keep picking at what has already been done. And I think that's one of the biggest problems is that Democrats and Republicans, they both look at what both sides on the leadership position is trying to impose instead of coming together as the people in unity and figuring out what works for both sides for the people, and we should be presenting these ideas to the leaders because we are the government.
You know what's beautiful about this? You know what's beautiful? You're part of your local party. I'm part of my local party. And here we are talking, and we're pretty much agreed. Like, maybe we have like little differences here and there, but overall, Yeah, we want to make immigration more secure. We want to make workers respected, and we want to get the criminals out. You know?
Yeah,
that's
we
great.
also want to keep our moral compass on value and make sure that we're not infringing on anybody's family and
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
well,
we're in agreement.
That's one of the best ways I think to end a stream. Honestly, you were the last person
to. The second time I didn't call you twice. This is the second time.
Oh yeah. You called earlier, right? In this one stream or a previous stream? Yeah.
The same stream a while ago.
Okay. About, I remember you.
What was we talking about? I can't remember. About the
potential military action.
Yep.
Yeah. And we were able to find agreement there. That's what's up, man. That's what this is all about. Listen, this is a lesson I want the chat to understand. I know a lot of the chat won't understand because I still see like that Molon person who I talked to out before you. He's been ranting in the chat, all that stuff. Look, this dude, he looked up the information, and when I saw his numbers, I was like, yeah, that seems perfectly reasonable. When y'all be saying numbers 20 million new illegals in the last 4 years. When there's like 11 to 14 million total, like you gotta, then you won't be taken seriously. But this guy came respectful, came with his numbers. I accepted his numbers, and we had a great conversation, and we came to a solution. Simple as that.
Yep. See, I've run for. I'm the youngest person to run for mayor inside of my city. The youngest person to run for city commissioner inside of my city. So
how did those races go?
People and what'd you say?
How did those races go?
I lost all three times.
It'd be like that, brother. It'd be like that. Hey, I ran for something too, you know. I ran for city council. Hey, I'm 24 too. You got 3 runs by 24?
Yep, I ran my first time when I was 21. Ran for city commissioner. Ran again for city mayor, and then ran again for city commissioner again.
That's beautiful. Yeah, no, I ran when I was 21 as well for council. And I've just been kind of doing stuff on the side, like getting involved in the college Dems a few years back, and now getting involved in the local party and the state party, potentially the DNC.
Yeah.
And I mean, hey, keep up the grind because listen, if a Republican Party is more like you, that's a better Republican Party, believe me. And with that, I'm gonna let you go now, bro. Have a good night.
All right. You too. Thank you so much, and I hope you go far.
Thank you. We working. All right. See you later, bro.
God bless. Bye-bye.
You see that? You see that, folks? That's a good conversation. That's a civil conversation, and it's possible. You gotta work to it. All right. What's being in the chat? You forget that number that got in without being seen. It's called unknown. You're even yelling as you type, bro. Grown ass man. That was a 24-year-old. I'm a 24-year-old. 2 24-year-old Democrat, Republican, both involved in the Democratic and Republican parties in the politics, and we came to a good agreement and had a civil conversation. It's possible. Mullen Loeb is still ranting. We know that we don't know exactly how many illegals came here. We have an estimate. The logical number is higher than the 10 to 14 because they don't account. No, brother. The right-wing sources saying 14 million are accounting for the potential people that came here illegally. These right-wing sources specifically exist to stop immigration. And you're telling me they're not trying to overcount as much illegal immigrants as possible? Brother, if you're a conservative, then you gotta be able to argue your shit correctly. Okay? A 24-year-old Republican that I just talked to made a better case for his position than you did, and you're a grown-ass man. AJ Monty says, good night, bro. Good night, AJ Monty. Thank you for watching. Stan with Texas, I'll give you this, big boy. At least you don't hang up or delete our chats. I don't agree with most of what you're saying, but it's interesting to hear your point of view. Well, I appreciate that, Stan with Texas. I generally don't try to delete chats or whatever. There was that one dude that was saying some weird shit about Jews, and I was like, I don't like the Nazi shit. Particularly because he called in, and he was like he's a returning viewer, so I was like, let's get that weird shit out of here. We're gonna get him out. And then he like made some spam accounts, so he seemed a little delusional. And I wasn't paying attention, but apparently he was spamming a bunch. I was like, oh, okay, you're being weird. It's like spamming something about Israel. I don't understand. Show right wing means 100% correct? No, usually not. AJ Monty says, happy belated birthday. Thank you. Titus Willis says, I had a great conversation with you, brother. Remember, every conservative isn't a conservative. God bless you. Hey, God bless you too, brother. God bless you. If discourse was more like him, telling you, the discourse in this country would be good. I don't subscribe to a two-party mindset. He basically agrees with you. That's why it's a good conversation. He basically gave you zero pushback. Mullen, it's because I agreed with him as well. He wants border security. He wants dangerous people to not be able to come here. I'm in agreement. And part of border security is allowing people that are good to be able to come here to work. Part of running a country is to make sure your economy is functioning, because the economy affects all of us. Sean Hassan says, everyone wants equality, but we're all prejudiced. We're all hypocrites. I don't know exactly what you're talking about there, but a lot of us do have some prejudice. So why do you keep saying right wing when you're trying to prove a point? I'm saying it because I'm referencing your side. And the fact that your side is agreeing with me, leaning towards me, and you're saying something ridiculous, 20 million people came here in 4 years, when your side is saying, institutions dedicated to ending immigration is saying 14 million max, and other institutions say about 11 million, 12 million, it means that I'm right and you're wrong. Mullen thinks we think it's a bad conversation because you didn't agree with him. Mullen, you came off as unhinged the moment you came on, okay? I need you to chill out, get help, and maybe these calls, these streams, like maybe you see other call-in streams, is not the best thing for you because you seem a little unhinged, and I only wish you the best. For whatever silliness that you believe, I want you to be able to have healthcare. I want you to be able to have a union. I want you to be able to have a good education, and so on and so forth. I also want people like you, soldiers, veterans, to not die in war. Right? I don't want you to die. Take over Panama, put a wall there so it won't have to be show wide. I don't even know what you're going on there, brother. Anyway. Hold on. I want to play a little bit of tunes, you know? I want to play a little bit of tunes. I'll answer a few more questions. Listen, play some music in the background, you know? MIDI tunes to stay out of copyright. This person asks, is socialism good? I'm personally not a socialist. I think it's ethically fine for wage theft to occur in the sense of a boss paying a worker. Even though the worker's making the company the money, I think it's okay for a boss to be able to pay them a wage when they agree on it. Mullen says, you interrupted me every sentence. Yeah, because you're unhinged, and I didn't interrupt that guy because he was respectful. You're not. You're a dog. Do you know the number of known criminals that got in and where they let them in? Tragedy turned triumph. Immigrants commit less crime than a native-born citizen. So I don't really care. Immigrants are not criminals. Immigrants are workers. Dumb, you tried arguing with me and you were saying exactly what I said. Go lay down. I actually said very different things than you, actually. I don't know if you could tell. But you disagree with me during our standards. I don't know if you're hallucinating and thinking I agreed with you. Whereas that socialism is good as long as it's not Nazism. Works good on paper, but even communism works good on paper. Well, I wouldn't consider Nazism socialism. The Nazi Party had National Socialism in the same way, in their name, in the same way that the North Korea has Democratic People's Republic of Korea in its name. You know, names can only mean so much. Ideology is a different thing. The Nazis went after communist and socialist. So, Colin says you're pretty centric and balanced then. You know, Colin, I would be considered far left by a lot of people, but I simply have the ideology of Franklin Roosevelt and Dwight Eisenhower and JFK. I have the ideology of people that would easily be considered capitalist, some of them Republicans, someone like Eisenhower. But unfortunately, our politics, our Overton window has skewed so far to the right that even those basic ideas from those people, look into those people, look at the policies that they did, they would be considered far left socialist, you know? But they're not. Wolfie says, my brother cries socialism and Nazism are polar opposites. Yes, they are polar opposites. JFK, a far left Democrat who today would be a Republican. JFK wouldn't be a Republican. JFK supported universal health care. If we did John F. Kennedy's, you're saying a Democrat 60 years ago would be a Republican today. That's ridiculous. What was the tax code back then? What was a Republican 70 years ago, 60 years ago? Dwight Eisenhower had marginal tax rates, the highest marginal tax rates, so money above a certain amount. So this isn't for everybody, right? It's only for the very rich people. Dwight Eisenhower had marginal tax rates of 90%. If we had JFK's tax rates, you know what? Take a dump. You can call in. We'll make it very quickly. We'll make it very quick, okay? You call in, take a dump. Because that's actually an interesting topic. But we're going to make it quick, okay? Call in right now. The line is open. You see, it's an interesting topic, and that's why we're having one more call, okay? Even though the last call was the perfect way to end it, we're going to do one more. I'm on the Google Voice. I'm waiting right now for something to show up. Let me refresh the page, all right? I refreshed the page. Waiting for the call. 305-209-5560. I'm waiting. Wolfie says, I sub. Thank you for the sub, Wolfie. I appreciate that. Alright, 714. I'm assuming you're take a dump.
How's it going? Yeah, take a dump.
I'm good. So, you said that a Democrat 60 years ago would be a Republican.
Yeah, so basically what I mean by that is, like, 60 years ago, a standpoint of a Democrat was very, I would say, middle party today. It would kind of be like the middle of
I disagree with that.
Democrat stance. So it's, like JFK, for example, even then, I mean, he wanted some gun control, but not a lot. And I'm not sure of the tax code exactly. I mean, that's a pretty long time ago. But I have a feeling.
But that's the big thing, though. That's the big thing. The economic philosophy was completely different. So JFK came from a era where Franklin Roosevelt was just president. Franklin Roosevelt, JFK, even Dwight Eisenhower are a lot closer to Bernie Sanders than they are to Romney, Trump, Obama, Biden, Clinton, whatever. And those are the people that would be perceived to Bernie's right.
I said it because it is. They are. I mean, Bernie Sanders is 80 years old, and
yeah.
I mean,
but and he describes himself as a democratic socialist, but even being considered far left in our politics, in our Overton window at least, he is much more aligned with the JFKs and FDRs and Dwight Eisenhowers, because in that period of time, the dominant economic philosophy was Keynesian economics, you know. And it was since the 80s that we introduced neoliberal economics, so Reaganomics trickled down, and that's been the dominant strain for Democrats and Republicans. So we've only moved to the right. Like I looked it up right now. The highest marginal tax rate, or the highest income tax. Oh no, but it's marginal. Tax rate during JFK was 91% on taxable income above $400,000, which is equivalent to $3.8 million in 2025 dollars. So if you made $3.8 million above that, 91% of the money would be taxed in your own individual income, right? The corporate tax rate was 50. Yeah. But the purpose of it was to prevent what we're seeing now, where there's been insane income inequality, and like 3 people own like a majority of the wealth. We had corporate tax rates of 52% in that period. So, but to be fair to him, he did do some tax reform where he did cut some taxes. But the thing is, even if we got to where he cut it to, he would be considered a communist, socialist, Marxist by every modern Republican politician, and even by some conservative Democrats, because eventually his top rate was 70%. But again, imagine all the money above someone's generating above 3.8. They are 70% is being taken. But I think that's good because money is power.
I would agree with understand. Let me change my wording then. Change that in today's that JFK would most likely be a conservative.
If he was here today.
Yeah.
Even though like his when he was in his time, he supported.
Isn't the numbers you just? I mean, I could be. I mean, it was a very fast sentence, but if you're saying that if it was within his tax margin of today, he would be. That's what you said?
No. If they did his tax margins that he did, whether we're talking about the 91% early in his presidency or the 70% a little later, that would be a massive raise, an unbelievable raise. Well, it would be believable to me. It would be sustainable, but like they would call him like the second coming of Karl Marx, or Stalin, or Mao Zedong. You know. Okay. So the point is this: like our politics was significantly more left wing, not necessarily socialist in a way. Like JFK and Eisenhower and FDR were not ideologically socialist, but they were definitely on the left, and they just believed a more left wing version of capitalism would be good enough. And it was Reaganism that shifted us to the right. His ideology trickled down, essentially transformed this country. It deindustrialized the United States. It made us from a manufacturing superpower, and even though we still manufacture quite a bit, it brought us down there and made us more of a investor economy.
So I think we can agree that at the point of like in 1980 during Reaganomics, that would have been the breach between, or the split between 60s Democrats becoming more 2 days Republicans.
No. I mean, again, 60s Democrats would, like, if we were going by the policies of the Democratic Party of the 1960s, particularly the economic policies, not so much the Southern Democrat policies of Jim Crow, but the economic policies, if they maintained the policies that they had then, they would be considered to the left. The economics went to the right under Reagan. It was a completely different philosophy because the Keynesian economics of, say, the 1930s to the 1960s and somewhat of the 70s was sort of this idea that we can have a more calm bust and boom cycle. You know, the business cycle. It goes up, it goes down. Have a good night, Wolfie. It goes up and it goes down. But with Keynesianism, the approach was to have a more sustainable thing where it's not sudden high growth, but then sudden big downs.
So more fluctuation,
more stable
fluctuation.
So if a worker was going through that, like their entire life wouldn't be uprooted and they can plan ahead, right? With this trickle down economics of Reagan, neoliberal economics, the main ideology of it is cut taxes, deregulate, cut the social programs, do more austerity, privatize things as much as possible. And as a result, for example, we have much smaller tax rates, tiny tax rates in comparison. We've seen union membership go down. We've seen wages. I can't emphasize this enough. Most of our modern problems that we really have gripes about started in the 80s. We can see, for example, people talk about the wage gap, not between like men and women, but just the rich and the poor. It blew up in the 70s. And there was some graphs that show
the gap between the wealth and the working class definitely separated itself in the 80s and 70s.
Yep. And you saw like the years before, right? The decades before, productivity would go up, workers' wages would go up, CEO pay would go up, corporate profits would go up at pretty much the same angle. And then it was in the 1980s that productivity stayed relatively the same, but CEO pay spiked, and workers' wages did not keep up with productivity. It stayed stagnant. So I think there was one graph I saw. It was like worker pay went up 18%. Meanwhile, the CEO pay went up like 2,000. Yeah. Sorry, you were saying?
I would agree with that.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, no, and I mean, for example, a lot of like Republicans, when they would criticize Obamacare, right? They would say Obamacare was socialism. Socialism, socialism, socialism. Obamacare, well, one, socialism is defined as, you would need to change the means of production.
In a way, it's sort of, it is giving away a lot.
Yeah, but socialism doesn't mean government programs and giving and a social safety net, right? Socialism is a different economic ideology. The means of production would be treated differently. It's funny when I talk to some conservatives, right? Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Just how would they be treated differently? Because
socialism requires collective ownership of the means of production, so that would take form in, say, like every firm, every company would be worker owned and worker run, right? Okay. And I personally that's the private. I don't know about the trading index, but like, for example, like when decisions are made, let's say it was done in the biggest scale, let's say Apple. I don't know if you ever heard of a worker co-op, but these are real companies that exist where workers make the decisions for the company. If socialism was implemented, that would that's what's required. So a lot of countries can like call themselves socialist, but then like if just for example, China has like a bunch of billionaires. You know what I mean? China. And it was probably really like the dangest reforms that really moved, like they were capitalist reforms, right? Simple as that. But like Obamacare is nowhere near socialist. It has origins in the Heritage Foundation as a plan, which is a conservative think tank.
I don't think it's socialist. Like I wouldn't say it's socialist, but it definitely has some characteristics of socialism.
Maybe you could say it had characteristics of socialist individuals. So, like, for example, pretty much every social program does, right? So Medicaid or Medicare, which gives healthcare to old people. If you're talking to like a socialist when Medicare was being debated, they would probably be in support of it
as well. And there's a lot of like Anthem. Yeah, there's a lot of companies
I wouldn't say we're one of the least socialist healthcare industries, I would say. Even if we have a social safety net to a degree, other countries have universal healthcare, and it's funny when I hear like usually older conservatives and they say Obama's this, Obama's a socialist, a communist. Trust me, I listen to Glenn Beck. I know what socialism is. That's what they would say. But then they love John F. Kennedy. John F. Kennedy is on the record. So, there is footage of this supporting universal health care.
And I am a huge JFK supporter.
Yeah, JFK supported universal health care. Same with Roosevelt, both Roosevelts, Franklin and Teddy. They were massive supporters of universal health care. I think JFK was actually making the case. It sounds almost like a Bernie Sanders speech. It was like, but it was it was obviously in the 60s, but he's saying Great Britain, they've had universal health care for this amount of decades. This other country had this amount of health care for this amount of decades. America, we're falling behind. Personally, I think that's one of the rhetoric tools I would like to emphasize is those that usually come in the way of progress are oftentimes
But I'm not for, and I'll say I'm for universality.
Yeah.
But I will say if you are on a private insurance plan, that there shall be more care provided. It should be a base. It shouldn't be incredible amounts of health care.
Mm-hmm. Well, here's the middle ground, I think, right? So in general, I would want a single-payer plan because single-payer plans do tend to have better results, and also I think the insurance companies, just being honest, are like the work of the devil. Like they're actually evil. But a good middle ground, I think we could both support this. Like you said, people should have basic health care. I want a little bit better than basic health care, but everybody should have health care. Nobody should be worried about going to the doctor, worried about getting a surgery because they're going to go bankrupt. We should have we could have a multi-payer system where people have health care by default, but if they really want to be under, for example, United Healthcare, then they can. But everybody by birth, if you're born into an orphanage, you could still go to the doctor without paying an arm and a leg. You know?
I just know from my experience, there's a lot of insurance comes from work, comes from like the private sector.
Yeah.
And with those type of insurance policies, I mean, you should be entitled to more than just a flat baseline insurance policy. Because I mean, what if we do start just providing LASIK eye surgery to everybody that I can't see just as good? that would cause a huge fluctuation in the we couldn't as a country afford it.
I think with universal healthcare systems,
Canada for free healthcare is absurd.
I think with different
months for people to get on a list there to get their treatment. So I think that universal healthcare is a positive, but also it's a negative because the people on universal healthcare are going to be receiving lesser care.
Well, it depends. It depends on funding, right? It just depends on funding. Canada, it has been run by like the Liberal Party.
There would be more people using the healthcare.
I think there would, but I think the care would be better than a lot of the private insurance because I don't think the private insurance is particularly good. And we do see healthcare outcomes. It's oftentimes ranked. I think there was a thing called the Commonwealth Fund, and they looked at all the developed countries' healthcare systems, and they compared. The United States was often at the bottom. Meanwhile, the most socialized systems often had better results. Now, some of these systems can face problems in various ways, but obviously our system has problems. When someone has cancer, right, and they have health insurance, they're essentially paying a subscription every single month or every single year annually. But then they can still potentially get denied cancer treatment. And I understand that other countries you have to wait, but we have wait times here too. Sometimes your wait time is a lot shorter if you got a lot more money, and therefore that makes other people's wait times longer. That's why royalty in other countries, they'll come here because in general we have good doctors, right? And they have all the money in the world and they can afford it. But I would say this. I've seen a good amount of physician organizations and nurse organizations in support of Medicare for all, right? And if other countries are able to do it, we can do it. If we can fund 2 wars in Iraq and Afghanistan at 2 different fronts across the world, we can do it. Yeah.
We can do it, but it needs to have a cap, and it can't be as wide to the masses as everybody's going to want.
It depends. I think we need to see what we're capable of. But again, multi-payer system is the compromise. If someone really wants to have private insurance, they can still do it.
So I think me and you and everybody else in the United States should have the right to a basic health care.
Yes.
But when it comes down to outside payments and the need of a higher end care, that's where the wait times, and that's where I think it's going to that's where I think the issues are going to run into, with everybody coming and needing health care. And now it's free.
Well, one of the benefits
are not going to be able to, and how much are you going to want to pay out of your tax money for somebody else's health care? I mean, we could see a huge increase.
No, I think, the thing is universal healthcare is cheaper than what this country spends. I think $400-something billion a year. I think there was a libertarian institution. Then they were their headline was, oh my gosh, single-payer healthcare, Medicare for all is going to cost $2 trillion in 10 years. But also in their research, they found that we're spending $4 or $5 trillion as a nation in our current system in 10 years, right? So we would be saving money.
Still a lot of money, though.
Yes, it's a lot of money, but we would be saving $2 or $3 trillion, and we would be saving $400-something billion a year. And the way we save, you think, well, wait a minute, how are we going to save? It's a big government program, it kind of feels weird. You're going to save money by investing in the people, and the way we save is by cutting things that are unnecessary. For example, I think administrative costs for private insurance sometimes is 18%. For Medicare, it's about 2 or 3%. So we wouldn't have a bunch of, for example, healthcare CEOs and the board members that get these massive checks for really doing nothing. That will get, bonuses for the amount of people they're able to reject, right? We wouldn't have these companies, or the government plan would not be buying, doing stock buybacks of, let's say, Medicare for All Incorporated on the stock market because it's not a company like that. So it would save money, save lives. I saw some research a while ago that said it would save 68,000 lives. And there's usually some variety in the estimates of how much people we lose every year because of lack of health insurance. But 68,000 is kind of the middle ground. I've seen some slightly lower than that, but some a lot higher than that. So I stick with the 68,000 number. And to put it in perspective, that's an entire big stadium of people. Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
That's enough to worth the justification.
Yeah. What's interesting, though? Even though we can, kind of go into the details and the nitty-gritty of what we agree on, what we don't agree on, I think you're more left-winging than you realize.
Disagree.
I'm not saying you're. I'm not
very conservative.
Who, me? Or you?
I am very conservative.
Oh yeah.
You know,
yeah.
I'm a gun owner, and I've joined the military, and like so, believe like there's a lot to have been said, and from my backing and how I come from. You know, my dad is like we come from a position where it's like we're not going to let places and stuff be stolen from us, and like we pay our taxes and a lot of money to our taxes, and it's something we watch at and how it's being spent. So I part of where my stance is. Just
we should be smarter with our tax money for sure. You know, I would like it being sent less to like, for example,
taxpayer. I believe that it is very important to my understanding and where my vote is going.
But based on what you said earlier, you would be okay with your tax money going to like a basic healthcare plan.
On universal healthcare.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's wonderful. I think that's the position most Americans have. You know.
The absurd understanding. Just it needs to be capped. Just that's my statement. It needs to be capped. It cannot be, everybody just flooding out here, because then our ability to get healthcare is going to drop.
Well, there might be even more of a compromise solution for that. There is also the potential, and this isn't really my position because I think there's some flaws with it. Of course, my position is single payer, but there is also the option of the public option, which is essentially a government-run health insurance company, and their goal would be to have their prices be significantly lower than the rest of the market in order to compete using market forces, and providing decent care, of course. But it's optional, and I don't know off the top of my head how exactly the funding would be, if it's just based on the priority definitely wouldn't be like to make a bunch of money. Obviously the other insurance companies, their goal is to make money, being the private firms that they are. But a public option, it's like the post office for healthcare, right? It's to get the job done and to give it at an affordable price, and the proponents of a public option would be that market forces and competition would drive prices down for the private firms. So my only problem with that is there's the potential. I think it's easier for, say, like, let's say a Republican government comes in after a public option is instituted. There's the potential that they could defund it and make it poor quality and make it so that people don't want it, right? And then they get to say, "Oh, looks like universal healthcare is bad. Looks like we have to privatize." So I'm only not really supportive of it for like the strategy reasons, because my main thing is I want single payer and my compromise is multi-payer, right? But anyway, though, yeah, I mean, whatever you describe yourself as, conservative, liberal, whatever, I think we're in most agreement that we got to invest in the country. We got to be a bit more like JFK and Dwight Eisenhower, rather than the modern crop of politicians.
That is a very good statement.
Yeah. Well,
I mean, the Eisenhower address is probably one of the best speeches the country's ever heard.
Yeah.
So
yep. I remember that one. That was the military-industrial complex one, right? Yes. Yeah. Hey, that's what's up.
Before I end up I'm in California, so I probably not as late as for you, but still fairly late.
Yeah.
Another one is the border crisis really affects me a lot. I see it every day. Especially where I'm located in California. It is just in the last 5 months, the amount of people that have come here is absurd. And I want to just say that I saw a lot of people not understanding the real issue is the lack of wanting to become a documented citizen.
But I think the issue though with that, the issue is that we have a very bad system for becoming a citizen. That like I know people that came here completely legally that like had a college
system, but there's a lot of opportunity there, and I believe most of the people that wanted to come in here and do good and have done good for themselves have become United States citizens.
But the thing is, there's a lot of people that didn't become United States citizens. Like I keep referencing in this stream, 80% of undocumented people have been here for over 10 years, And obviously those people, I don't think they have bad intention, and they have been doing good. They've been the ones doing the hard work.
But the ones that do ruin it for everybody.
Yeah, I mean, we can't let a couple bad guys represent the entire group. And again, with the last conversation that I had with the person, I want more security. Part of that is making an efficient system so those that are good can stay and work and come here legally, and those that are bad, like we kind of came to the
should be accepting them.
The people that want to stay and work, we should be accepting them. And they should get a background check and make sure that they're not dangerous, and have such an efficient system that at a point, if you're not going through the system, it's undebatable, you should probably go. You know what I mean?
That's my biggest. That's my biggest thing. Is I really want people to understand how much of it is, oh well, my family's already here, and there's a lot of, some people want to just come and see their friends. And you know, their father came in legally, and now it's their turn, and they don't want to go through the process and have their names written down. I see that to be the bigger. I mean, that's potentially a reason. Certainly. There's accountability there. Once you are on Social Security and you are ID'd and a United States citizen, you are held accountable for any crimes you commit. And I believe that is the biggest reason. And I believe that's what needs to be looked into, about why are these people coming over here and not documenting themselves.
But I do think part of it is the complications. I know people that came here completely legally, right, from other countries. They got a college education, and say they're working in nursing, and they're here on a work visa, and they get through one step of the process, like 1 decade of being here, and then the next decade they're here for another decade, and again they're still here legally, they're still here working, but they're still not fully citizens, and then after a few more years, then eventually they're able to become a U.S. citizen, right? The point is that
family came to Ellis Island from Germany. We all came legal.
Well, to be fair though, in those days though, that the system was really like loose, and that's not me like putting your family down at all. But in those days,
it was a looser system then. But I also want to think, how much tighter is it? It's tighter.
It was a lot tighter, or it's a lot tighter now. But back then, when people came here, a lot of times the only times they were rejected if they were like sick. Maybe they had a cold after being on the boat for a long time. But then otherwise, okay, you're here. You seem able-bodied. All right, you're in.
One policy I see a lot is the dreamer policy, and that goes just perfectly tied to that. You know, some people, they were sick, we couldn't let them in. But what if they have children in the United States already?
Well, I think the dreamers. I think a lot. Again, what I would like to see for undocumented people here is, again, we need to work towards a more efficient system, period. And then for those that are undocumented, they have to be able to, and they're currently here, they should be able to go through that process, and it should be so efficient to a point that if you don't, that's literally completely on you. There's no ability to blame anybody. There's no ability to blame the system. That's how efficient I want it. And if we're a country that can land on the moon and fight a two-front war across the world, and not even like you're fighting one side and one side, you're fighting in two different countries separated by a country in the middle. If we can do all these things the way we've advanced as a country, the fact that in the Ellis Island days we were pretty much just letting anybody in, we don't have to let anybody in, but we have to do a basic background check.
I mean, there's a
lot
of places that don't. Like in Canada, for example, it is really hard to get in there as a citizen. You have to be military.
I don't know the Canada immigration system well.
Citizen, you have to serve in the military for 3 years after turning 18. So I think like the United States is fairly willing to let people in.
It depends. Again, we have a fucked up system. I think conservatives and liberals can agree.
Process, and it requires money, but I also feel like people need to understand what they need to bring, some skills, and they need to bring aspects to be desired.
The only issue is a lot of times that's just not enough.
Country,
like if you wanted to work, that might not be enough to let you in anymore.
And we brought no desirable.
Like if you want,
would they let us in? I don't think they would.
Well, that's the thing, though. Like, a lot of times, like, you could be desirable. You could be someone that wants to work in a field, right? But then you could still be rejected. Or say you're not rejected, but then you got to go through a real long process and wait because we have an inefficient system. At some point, you're not going to have enough money to just wait. You need to work because you need money. So you're going to turn to illegal methods to enter because we as people, like every other creature, are impacted by need. Yes. So that's the problem because we have an inefficient system. It encourages the illegal activity. So, a lot of this conversation, people were
very encourage the illegal activity, and that's what needs to stop.
People were asking me a lot in this call, like, "Oh, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do about being tough on the crime? What about the criminals?" I don't want any criminals. That's why we need an efficient system so we can quickly deport criminals. And part of that is also letting the good people in that are safe and ready to work. And by the way, that hurts the cartels because part of their money-making process is taking desperate people, extorting desperate people as much money as they can to help them cross the border. You know what I mean?
Good people are already here. The cartel's going to be left with undesirables.
Exactly. And in that moment, the Border Patrol will actually be able to focus more on the dangerous criminals, on the cartels, because they don't have to focus on mom and dad trying to make a new life in America, So honestly, I agree with you. Border security, and part of border security is helping the good people and making an efficient system.
They need to help the good people just as much as they kick out the bad.
Yes, 100% agreement. You see, this is what's great. Me and you, and then the last guy too, we had great conversations, coming from different camps, coming from different backgrounds and viewpoints.
Yeah.
But we can agree on the basics.
That's what it should be.
Yes, 100%. And brother, I appreciate you, but I was gonna log out earlier.
You as well, man.
And I wish you the best, man. I wish you the best. Okay.
You as well. I'll be watching your streams from now on.
Thank you, man. I appreciate your support there. Trying to make a career out of this.
You have a supporter in me.
Thank you, brother. You too. All right, see you later. You see that, folks? Good conversations. Mage Fist. Many of my uncles applied for their visa and got it after 20 years. They no longer want to come because they're now in their 50s and 60s. Completely agree with reform being needed. Yes. Because it takes some people 20 years and thousands of dollars just to be residents. They're trying to reach the American dream, and they do not have the economic means. A little respect goes a long way. Precisely. When I debated Ben Shapiro, I don't like Ben Shapiro. I think he's a propagandist. I think he's motivated by bad things. But a skill that he did have, and this is a skill for conversation and debate, but also just decent conversation, is matching the energy of the person you're talking to. So that means, in his case, there was a lot of people that came in with a lot more intensity, a lot more willingness to be combative and all that stuff. And he would match the energy, and he tended to do well. Not saying I agree with him. I'm saying performance-wise. But when I came up with him, it was about an issue. I don't really like debating, abortion. And his claim was Kamala's a radical. And my position is that Kamala just had the majority opinion, which is just Roe v. Wade. So I disagree with his... I came in. I told a little joke at both of our expense. I said, I'm the only one in the room shorter than you. Calling him short, but also calling me short. You know what I mean? It's a friendly joke with a laugh, and then I got into my point, went after his claim, made my claim, and then he responded, not really by responding to my claim, but by going to somewhere else, kind of attacking Roe v. Wade, I guess trying to frame it as radical, but he didn't really go to my point, and ultimately we ran out of time, so yeah. Morgan Pierce is also a little unhinged. He seems a little biased. Seen him with David Pakman and Luke Beasley. Yeah, Pierce Morgan. He is a very silly guy. Let me tell you guys something. Let me tell you this. Mage Fist particularly, and other people in the chat. And Justin. One of the goals for this year. And this was low-key, this stream did not get crazy views, but we were streaming long enough to get 10,000 views, so cool. Very appreciated, right? This stream did not have the highest concurrent viewers I ever had, but you know what? We make do. And we actually got a bunch of calls in. So that's cool. But one of the goals this year, folks, is to get to a point where I could, and I don't know who left a like there, but thank you. 40 likes, pretty good. But we want to get big enough to get to a point where I'm one of the people called in to debate on Piers Morgan. You know? That would be fun as fuck. Mage Fist left a like. Thank you, Mage Fist. Everybody here that likes what they're seeing, feel free to subscribe and all that shit. It's good. If y'all want to, like, really be crazy with the support, a little crazy with the support, but a very respectable crazy, you can donate too, folks. You can send a super thanks. You can also become a member. I actually don't have any members, but if you do become a member, you would be able to send these beautiful emojis. These beautiful emojis. One when you're happy and one when you're sad. And only members can do it. Trump, Pixel says Trump is making America great again. Is already making America great again. How so, my friend? By making it that drug prices cannot be negotiated by Medicare and Medicaid so that we get more expensive drugs? By letting administration workers be able to participate in bribes and by be able to participate in lobbying and become lobbyists after they work for the presidential administration, you know, corruption. Not really making America great. Justin says, whatever the position Roe v. Wade, law should be changed by political representatives, not a rig court. I agree with you, Justin, 100%. Pixel says, nice kid shirt. This is a fucking t-shirt, dog. Y'all never seen a t-shirt? No, a real mature man wears fucking beer and boobs and guns, you know? But anyway, I want to finish off with a song, but what song? I want to finish off with a song. What song to do? Justin says, I subscribe and appreciate the stream. Thank you, Justin. I appreciate you, man. Very much I appreciate you. Y'all are real. Pixel says, you're typical Democrat. Lame. Pixel, are you upset because I called out corruption? Right? Justin, I appreciate the suggestion, but I'm looking for like some MIDI song because I don't want to get copyright strike potentially. YMCA for all the Trump fans. Bro, actually my headphones just died, so if I played a song, you'd hear it echo through the mic and the PC, so I'm not going to do any songs tonight, but you know what? I appreciate you guys' suggestions. But, yeah, no, Pixel, you're saying you're a typical Democrat. Is it just because I disagree with the guy that you worship? Because, I mean, worshiping a politician is just a little silly, okay? It's just a little silly, considering that literally the policies that he's doing is legalizing corruption, is letting the drug companies rob us because we need medication to survive. Not good. This person says, why not leave the USA? Well, it's my country and I love it. And I love the people. Why didn't you leave when Joe Biden was elected? Because you care about this country, I assume. This person says, but you worship Kamala. That's a little bit of projection. You guys worship your politicians. I criticize my politicians all the time, including Kamala, including Biden, including Obama. Joe Blow says, do you ever do a live stream on the normal YouTube stream at the same time as YouTube Shorts? Some people do both at the same time, and when they do it, it enables me to give them 2 likes, 1 on each. You know, that's an interesting idea. I know, like, for example, like, I've seen some of the people that do similar content to me on YouTube do it. But I also noticed, like, you see, I only want to pay attention to one chat. You know what I mean? I'm two chats are too much. Alright, hold on. Because I'm a real American and have a real job. Yeah, you know, people that disagree with you also are real Americans and have real jobs. Over 100 executive orders, not one of them made food cheaper, made gas cheaper, or made housing more affordable. True! That's not his priorities. I like how they say we worship Kamala. Well, to be fair, when it comes to shirts, I have a lot of Bernie shirts. And shirts with my name on it, too. G-Jack says, it's almost as if he doesn't do anything for regular people. True. No one says, because I have a job, because I have a job. Pixel Prize is Hunter's laptop real? I don't know. Now is your time to figure it out. Take a Dump says, tell us about yourself, though. As a viewer, we would appreciate the background. Yeah, fair enough. Well, I do the politics. I'm involved in the local scene. Somebody subscribed. 2 people subscribed. Hold on, let me see. Glab58 subscribed. Thank you, Glab. And Take a Dump subscribe. Well, yeah, no, I come from a fairly working class background, not rich, you know, but comfortable, middle class, I would say. I'm involved in local politics. I'm involved in party politics. I'm running for DNC, by the way, Democratic National Committee. We'll see how that goes. We'll see if I represent the state of Florida soon enough. Only 11 people can win, but hopefully I can win too. I appreciate the question. I don't really want to get into jobs because that's like more private. Education, I studied political science though. Pixel says, lol, you can't talk to fools like yourself. It's impossible to reason with a robot. Pixel, again, like we're kind of beyond the intense political debate. Now we're just casually talking, and you're upset. You kind of sound like an NPC, Pixel. I'm not gonna lie. This person says, you're not middle class, you're government-supported class. Based on what? You know my finances? You know my family's finances? And even if someone's government-supported, we're all government-supported. Who owns the fucking roads outside your house? You know? Government-supported, what a billionaire? He's mad because his EBT check won't come in. Well, my friend, I don't have an EBT check, but also I don't look down on people that get support because people need to eat. Now, I know you hate your fellow American. You hate the poor and you hate workers, but, you know, I can't speak for you. Titus Willis, when is the next live debate? I'm looking forward to it. I don't have a consistent schedule, but I'm trying to do it more and more often, you know? I'm not consistent, but I try to do at least every other day. Sometimes there's bigger gaps, but I would just advise subscribe, hit that bell to get notified, and then you can really know when I debate, you know? Hold on. Taking in a call. I'm not doing any calls right now because I'm about to log out, friend. Sorry. I put do not disturb. I want to find out a percentage of people on EBT and who they support. I have a feeling, though, disability is not EBT. Are people talking about EBT being disability? I'm not sure. Can they just not enjoy the win? Senate, Congress, President, they cry and stuff? Yeah, they do. They do like to cry. Absolute wealth does not reflect a person's value. Should we pay taxes? Pixel, you should absolutely pay taxes. In fact, if you're a rich person, if you're 1%, if you're part of the 1%, I want you to pay more taxes. I want you to pay marginal tax rates of like fucking 90% above a certain amount. If you're making certain $1 million, I would love for 90% of those millions of dollars to go straight to the government, personally. This person says, mad funny, more and more, or a clown on a daily basis. Bro, you will pop up every morning, biggest clown. Jay Gillo, I don't know how I pop up every morning. I don't stream every morning. Titus Willis, you said they subscribed. Thank you, Titus Willis. Us true conservatives are not against EBT, only radicals. Yeah, no, I mean, the people genuinely, like, against supporting the poor are, like, kind of wild. Why do you trust the government so much? I don't inherently trust the government, but I trust them more than corporations. And government is supposed to be run by us. So part of the ways we deal with corruption is also by taking the wealth away from ultra wealthy people like Elon Musk and Bezos and Zuckerberg, because when you have insane levels of wealth, you also have the insane levels of influence, both culturally and both in terms of government. So those people, that 1% of people, they should have less power, and that requires you to take some of their money. You want to call it redistribution? Sure. Some of that money should be taxed, put into government, and put into programs that invest in America and make America. You guys are Trump supporters. We need to win again. America needs to win again. This person says, are you a socialist? No. I'm actually describing a form of capitalism that existed in America from the 1930s to the 1960s. Take It Up says, the 1% I believe pays much of the tax already. What, 90%? That's a fair point, Take a Dump. And this is the thing. they pay a majority of the taxes because they have a majority of the money. You know, they actually, I believe, pay less of a percentage of their personal wealth than, say, a poor person. I think it was Bill Gates that was saying a long time ago that said him compared to his secretary, he was once richest man in the world. He paid less of a percentage of his own money compared to the secretary who paid more of a percentage of her own money in taxes. He paid more taxes in total, but that's because he has more of a total amount of the wealth. How are you going to take their money when most of it is in stocks? Force them to sell their stocks, unrealized capital gains taxes, and so on and so forth. Take It Up says, I know people who will not work more than 40 hours away, stay on EBT, and that is bad. I mean, that's fair, but I don't think that represents the majority of people. And either way, I think even like the laziest people among us need their basic needs fulfilled so they're not dying, you know? For example, a homeless person, I don't know what their background is or why they're homeless, but I'd rather them be in some sort of shelter than on the streets. Nobody needs to be homeless. Other countries have nearly solved homelessness, like Finland. Anyway, folks, I was going to log off, and more people are coming into it, and I was going to go to bed, so their stock will drop and devalue. Yeah, I don't really care. I don't think, the stock market doesn't reflect the regular people. The stock market is bloated. The stock market, I think, was it half of all the wealth generated in the stock market go to the top 1%? So yes, the stock market might go down for a period, but it's like what Milei says in Argentina. You know, some people gotta hurt. There has to be some pain. And while the conservative approach usually would be make the people hurt in order to make the corporations do better, I believe that we got to make the corporations and the rich people hurt a little bit. Stabilize. They can still have money. Listen, if they want to, let's say we have no billionaires, and we have 999 millionaires, 99999. I think they would be happy. You know? No one is saying, go back to your video games and stay out of your politics. I'm genuinely wondering, no one, what do you think that you're kind of getting out of this? Because, I'll be honest, this whole system that I have, the shit that was able to get my channel monetized, this debate, it requires radical people and silly people, usually conservatives, to get triggered, to get angry, to spam like you, to throw insults, in order to have conversations that are either going to be insightful and interesting with people that disagree with me, and maybe we can have a good conversation, or, a lot of the time, blood sports with silly people, which provides some people some sort of entertainment. But the entire business model requires silly people like you, no one, to spam and give engagement and watch the stream. And I appreciate you. You're like a horse carrying my carriage to get me around town. You're the engine to my car. And as I'm driving this car, I'm able to pick people up that can have decent conversations, and we can talk about class consciousness. You know? Since you were asking Vizion and your question got a little spammed away by no one, I understand that can be frustrating. Who should build the companies? Millionaires can build companies. You don't need to be a billionaire to make a company. Regular people, working people should be able to start their own company. The threshold to become an entrepreneur, like to even own just like a shop in a plaza, physical location, has gone so up in these last decades. It's gone so high. I want more people to become entrepreneurs. I want more people to have the opportunity to become millionaires. We shouldn't have that opportunity exclusively to people that were born well off, like many billionaires and millionaires are. Your ideas will hurt the economy? No. When my ideas were put into practice under Franklin Roosevelt, under Dwight D. Eisenhower, under John F. Kennedy, when my ideas were put into practice, we saw the greatest expansion of the middle class there's ever been. So I want to expand the middle class. You're using too many big words for them. You need to understand. Yeah, huge, bigly. You see, folks, I just want America to win again. I want to make America great again. I want to go back to a time where these oligarchs, these leeches could not rob you, folks. I don't want them to rob you. Honestly, it's disgusting what they're doing to you. We used to have marginal tax rates of 91% under Republican Dwight D. Eisenhower. And Dwight D. Eisenhower was a Republican, a good Republican, one of the best Republicans. And he warned about a rising military-industrial complex. It actually very much reminds me of the oligarchy that bought out the president. Also, the unrealized capital gains tax was for people with net worths over $100 million. If that applies for you, good for you. 100% agree. 100% agree. Pixel says, when you start wearing big boy clothes, people might take you seriously. You must get to go. I know for a fact that this is a grown-ass man. I know for a fact that this is a grown-ass man. Hold on. Let me click one of your videos. I want to hear you. I want to hear your voice. I think you're just putting gameplay. You're not even speaking. But I know you're a grown-ass man. And listen, brother, no matter what you feel about me, no matter what no one feels or Mr. Anthony Harris feels, I want you all to be able to have healthcare. I want you all to have access to a union. Thank you, Jenny Joe, for subscribing. I want you all to be able to make a better economic situation for your family after you're gone. I want economic mobility back, folks. I want the American dream to come back. It would be great. It would be great, folks. Unfortunately, there's people in this chat that don't want to win. They're losers, and the losers, they're holding this country back. They're holding this country back, believe me. And it's unfortunate. But we're going to go back, folks. We're going to go back to Franklin D. Roosevelt. We're going to go back to John F. Kennedy. John, I knew John. No, I didn't know. It's a little bit before my time. I knew Reagan, and Reagan was a mess. Reagan was disgusting. Anyway. What CEO do I like? None. That's a good way to end. Anyway. Folks, look out for yourself, okay? Actually try your best to gain a little bit of class consciousness, and don't be a bitch to those with money and power, okay? That's all. Like, to the angry conservatives in chat, just don't be a bitch. Stop cucking yourself to a billionaire that doesn't know you. You don't need to jump and defend Elon Musk. You don't need to jump in front of the bullet of criticism, not the literal bullet, but a hypothetical, metaphorical one of criticism where you have to defend this guy all the time. Just look out for yourself. Okay? And if you look out for yourself and your family, you're probably going to vote a different direction than Donald Trump. Anyway, I'm going to go now. Bye.